comments for those who would like to speak on any item that is before us today, please step to the lectern. We're having 5 persons at a time on each side. Please, no more than 5 persons at a time. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. This was quite the meeting. Katrina Morris, I am a District 2 resident. I respectfully request that you vote no on RE5. Notwithstanding my own personal moral objections to the current ICE mission, which are grave, as the agency's action of late have brought both great and irreparable harm to our next generation of children by creating unnecessary trauma for families. I believe that this resolution would endanger Miami residents by pulling our police away from their duties to maintain public safety and would siphon funds and resources from our local budgets. ICE is a federal agency with a specific mission to enforce immigration policy. The Miami Police Department is a local agency tasked with maintaining public safety. Deputizing them to enforce immigration policy will divert them from their core mission. They do not need to be deputized to investigate crimes or to arrest criminals or alleged criminals, either domestic or foreign. Therefore, the only reason they would need to be deputized would be to arrest non-criminal immigrants. Despite record levels of ICE funding, the agency is already over budget and demanding billions more. Pulling resources from other vital homeland security functions like airport screenings and disaster response, this makes us less secure, not more. As ICE expands its reach into local communities, we face not only moral and legal concerns, but growing disruptions to our daily life, longer lines at airports, overextended emergency services, and local police diverted from real public safety needs. Please deny this resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sebastian Gonzalez. I am a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I am speaking on behalf of RE5. I ask the council to be wise in their decision. The working class of Miami, the majority of whom are immigrants, is already dealing with an affordability crisis. Grocery prices in this city are 6% higher than the national average. The cost of living, 20% higher. Housing, a staggering 57% above the national average. Now, if you vote yes on the proposal 287G, you will be subjecting an already embattled population to witness the arbitrary detention and disappearance of their neighbors and loved ones by the Miami-Dade police. Think very hard on your decision, because voting yes might turn already existing hardship into crisis.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Margaret Godhold. I'm a resident. Thank you. Resident of District 4, so welcome. I had the opportunity this morning to sit outside from 9 a.m. with neighbors, community members. We came out in force to make our voices be heard on this RE5, and thank you for all of you letting all of us, right, to speak, to be heard. I talked to younger generation, older generation, we're all neighbors. I grew up with Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. Know the people in your neighborhood, right? So I don't know if all of you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, look it up. It's beautiful. And police are part of my neighborhood. They're the people that keep you safe, that you trust. You want to build up trust and safety in our community. This is not the way, right? An agreement with ICE is going to increase mistrust. We're already seeing people that are victims of family violence refusing to call police for help. This is going to make it worse. This is not going to make anyone feel safe. This is going to increase unsafe feelings in our communities. And this is our neighborhood. I also grew up in Argentina. and I grew up during the time of La Dictadura. And I grew up hearing about the black Ford Falcon that is going to come take you. And people did disappear. That can't happen here, and this is the front lines. This is how we stop, by communicating, by getting together, and by standing up for those that have less of a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
My name is Johan Munoz Tapasco, 501 Northeast 14th Avenue. I stand here before you, a formerly undocumented minor now working as an educator in Miami County Public Schools with migrant communities, which are deliberately underfunded to fund morally bankrupt initiatives like RA5 287G, to deputize and delegate immigration officers to function, to work as local and state law enforcement under ICE direction and oversight, is to pulverize any semblance of trust that our communities may hold towards those who took an oath to serve and protect. By approving this resolution, you are incentivizing the deployment of city resources and taxpayer dollars toward the dehumanization of our communities. This resolution will promote more profiling, further galvanizing an already violent and militarized police force that operates with an ever-growing and overinflated budget of $300 million, while the remainder of the budget is strenuously split between other local entities such as the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Anti-Poverty Initiative, which provide essential support services with significantly less funds. As an educator in the Miami-Dade public school system, I oppose any resolution that incites fear in our migrant student population. Any form of collaboration with ICE is heinous and unforgivable. It exasperates profound traumas and replicates the same systems of oppression that forced many of us to come here in the first place.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Raul Hernandez, 4450 Southwest 4th Street, District 4, Miami, Florida. When I was rescued from my sinking boat by the U.S. Coast Guard and was brought to safety in the U.S., I thought my days of feeling persecuted would be left behind, because back home, anybody with a uniform can demand your papers and detain you and disappear you because there is no due process. And here I am today, carrying a copy of my U.S. passport in my wallet, because in some areas in the U.S. today, sadly, due process isn't life support. But here I am representing members of my church, Coral Gables Congregational United Church of Christ, because they cannot be here today because they are afraid to go to work, afraid to take their kids to school, afraid to go to church because they are afraid of the police. I, speaking on behalf of these people from my church, against this 287G agreement, honest, law-abiding, hard-working residents must be protected by the police and not be terrorized in order to reach an arbitrary and immoral deportation quota. Allow our brave police officers, please, to concentrate on their mission to protect all residents, and don't force our police to become agents of fear and persecution. Please, I respectfully asking all of you to say no to this harmful and unnecessary partnership with ICE. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jandrick Castro, and I am a human being from planet Earth. And I say this because the 287G agreement would expand the police's ability to arrest without warrant anyone they suspect of being a, quote, illegal alien. Now, lucky for us, the Department of Homeland Security has manufactured a naturalization process to become a human being. According to ICE, 7 to 10 years of documented, non-stop hard labor and thousands of dollars in legal fees and debt is the difference between recognizing someone as a human being or exiling them from this planet. Yet, under this agreement, any Miami police officer would now be able to determine without a warrant whether any given person here today is actually a secret alien living among us. And if it sounds ridiculous, it's because it is. What this agreement really does, is open the door for discrimination, detainment, and harassment. In a community, the vast majority of which are either immigrants themselves or the child of immigrants. This agreement is not only morally corrupt and irresponsible, it is also massively stupid. If a police officer were to suspect me of being an alien resident and detain me, and should I refuse the right to identify myself, which is my Fifth Amendment right, and I were to be detained for hours without merit, best believe I'm going home with a large settlement from all of you here today. But even if I were to financially benefit from this idiotic policy at the taxpayer's expense, I am indeed a human being from planet Earth, and I have shame. And I hope all of you do today as well.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael John Green, but I am reading a statement from Suzanne Amaducci, partner at Bills and Sunberg. Madam Mayor, Chairman, Commissioners, and Mr. City Attorney, I unfortunately cannot be here in person today as I am out of town, but wanted to make the time to send you a special message. I am speaking today as a proud resident of the City of Miami for 30 years and a board member of the DDA, where I donate my time and talent to make the City of Miami a better place. The city has grown tremendously since I arrived in 1990, and we now are a global destination to live, work, and play. In 30 years, no one could have known that Miami could have turned into a 24-hour city. Today, we look at all the new businesses, the number of people living downtown, and the city is simply a success. I understand that a few residents in the Brickell area are unhappy with the Miami DDA, but you, as public servants, know too well that you can't make everyone happy. And that said, we can always listen and try to improve. Unfortunately, I have heard an incredible amount of misstatements and assertions about the Miami DDA that are simply untrue. That tells me that people need to be educated about the strengths and weaknesses of the DDA, and I firmly believe that every person and every organization can improve. Constructive criticism and genuine desire to achieve greatness. Unfortunately, some have chosen to convey their opinions in a negative fashion through targeted attacks and some of my fellow volunteers as board members. This is simply unacceptable and will not result in positive change. I encourage you today to appoint a new chair of the Miami DDA and give the person significant time to understand the inner workings of the DDA. I am happy to support the motion that the Miami DDA continues on, and I truly believe that if we continue to work together through a thoughtful plan for the future and stay positive, we can keep the city of Miami on its path for global greatness. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is River L. Ramirez. I am in opposition of RE5 287G. My address is 8826 West Flagler. We have all seen the footage of ICE hunting down immigrants as if cattle. These are people, human beings. Can you call yourselves human if you cannot feel this horror without experiencing it firsthand? There are confirmed cases of child sexual abuse in these ICE facilities, and still we see children being abducted as young as 3 weeks old. Whose children are we protecting when we say, save the children, the white ones? According to an article published on PBS by Ziba Warsi, hundreds of immigrants have reported sexual abuse at ICE facilities. ACLU reported ICE detention centers saying it is not responsible for the staff's sexual abuse. Women and children's basic human rights quite literally violated. How could you even consider working with such vile monsters? Even U.S.-born citizens, such as myself, are not safe, as there are various reports of U.S. citizens being detained based on appearance alone, black and brown people, which will be the first and not last to experience this. By participating with ICE, you are actively putting all of your community at great risk and stoking fear in your constituents. I don't want to be scared. I just want to chill and vibe. You work for the citizens, do not forget. But if this does not melt your icy hearts, see what I did there? Perhaps what will is thinking of the profit loss. Obviously, profiting off of immigrant bodies is of great interest to you. Think about the economic disadvantages Miami will face as immigrants pay taxes and make up about 65% of the workforce. By making this decision, you will burn Miami to the ground, your careers, and spiritually, if relevant, work alongside some of the most evil acts against humanity in our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Commissioners, thank you for helping out us in our community. My name is Chaplain Stanley Young of Freedom Prison and Jail Ministry. Most of you should know me by now because I kind of come every time you have a meeting. 500 Northwest 2nd Avenue in Miami. I have been a chaplain for over 30 years. This is the third state that I have been part of. I love this community, but you really have homeless problems that you just really need to address. You have done what I will start with what you have done well. You have done well. You're buying beds in Camilla's house and other shelters. That's great. You've given us executive director of your Human Services Department did great. But there's more that needs to be done. There's more that Miami can do. You have one of the largest budgets in Miami-Dade County to really address this problem and hit it head on. I know some of you, don't want to necessarily directly deal with homeless. That's why I'm here. I walk the streets of Miami. I talk to people who are homeless and who need a bed to sleep in that we take for granted. There is a solution to the homeless problem. It's a very easy solution for the homeless problem. I will speak to you individually how you can reach the homeless in your district. Call me, reach out to me. I'll be gladly to put my team together to come to your area to reach those people who really needs your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. God bless.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sophia Mena. I am here to talk about 287G and how I'm urging you guys to vote no on the policy. I was born and raised here in Miami, Florida, and I didn't prepare a whole speech, but I did want to tell you guys a couple of the things that 287G accomplishes. Number one being division. Division among the community and those who are supposed to serve it. Don't make it an us versus them situation because we will never forget. Number two, 287G will alienate people so that no one feels safe. I don't even need to provide proof considering our own mayor felt the uncomfort and hostility of having to prove your citizenship. Number three, financial burden. Yesterday, Axios reported ICE is already $1 billion over budget, exposing the monetary resources wasted on their agenda. Why is it our responsibility to alleviate that financial burden while spending money we don't have? We already have problems in this city that already use our resources, so why would we focus on a federal issue? We have $300 million allocated to the municipal police to solve our many problems here in this city. Number four, profiling and wrongful detention. Those are the people building the Miami of tomorrow you so desperately want to achieve. So why would you put them in danger, especially in a majority minority city that makes it the core of Miami and why we all love it so much? I ask that you accurately represent what the city of Miami wants with this vote. I urge you to vote no. And the reason why we reiterate all these same reasons isn't just because we want to wake up and be here at 8 in the morning, but it's because we think this is important. So please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Greetings, Madam Chair, gentlemen of the Commission. My name is John Janis, 370 Northeast 62nd Street, item RE18. I am the Vice President of Economic Development for Freebie. There's 3 points I would like to make today. Point one, Freebie is a local company founded and headquartered in the city of Miami that has honorably served the Grove community since 2018. For this reason alone, Freebie deserves a fair and transparent opportunity to compete for this RFP. Point number 2, Freebie will provide the service at a lower price. So even if you ultimately choose a competitor, the RFP will drive down the price by hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings to the taxpayers. Point number 3, the most important point, simply put, Freebie is the superior service provider. The people of Coconut Grove deserve the best, and microtransit, Freebie is the best. But you don't have to take my word for it. Here's a head-to-head track record of Freebie versus Circuit and RFPs. Most recently, in Seminole County, they'll be launching the largest EV microtransit program in the country. They did a lot of research, and they scored Freebie a near-perfect 97 out of 100. Circuit, 75, much lower. The RFP we competed for before that was the City of Plantation. They chose Freebie, not Circuit. The list goes on and on of RFPs in this state where Freebie won and Circuit did not win. Geographically closer to here, the Village of Key Biscayne, also an RFP, also chose Freebie, not Circuit. But how about popular opinion? When you tally up Google, Yelp, TripAdvisor, and Apple reviews, over 60,000 people have spoken. Freebie rates 4.7 out of 5, 4.1 for Circuit, a big difference. In conclusion, the local governments choose Freebie, the people choose Freebie. Please give us the opportunity to compete for this contract, and we will exceed your expectations. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Danielle Villock, 3044 Orange Street. First, congratulations, Commissioner Rosado. Thank you for previously speaking out against Live Local and against overdevelopment generally. I'm here to reiterate asking the Commission to support PZ 8 to remove NCD 3 from the T5 bonus height eligibility, which Coconut Grove should have never been included in with its NCD designation. And so this is merely correcting an administrative oversight and consistently applying NCD protections on such designated areas. Secondly, I'm also here to ask that the Commission oppose PZ 7. A resolution of this scale will completely reshape a vibrant community, erasing its identity and turning Little River into an extension of the urban core, something that it is not part of per the Miami 21 map. This needs to be thought through and redrafted with the appropriate guardrails in order to promote responsible development. Allowing this unchecked development will set a dangerous precedent for the rest of the city of Miami. A referendum of this scale should be carefully considered through a citywide referendum. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Steve Smith, 900 Biscayne Bay. First, I want to thank you all for being in the arena. I know this job is not always a pleasant one. I'm here to speak in support of both election reforms that are on today's agenda. The very definition of a reform is to improve or make better. Better, not perfect. Reforms are not easy, even when they make common sense. We know entrenched politicians will fight to their last breath to ensure they stay in charge. How do we know this? Just look at our U.S. Senate, where nearly half are 75 years or older. Unfortunately, most people don't inherently want to give up power, ever. You will hear a lot about the extra year in office, and that is far from ideal, but a sacrifice, in my opinion, worth taking. You also hear inflammatory claims coming from those who love the system just the way it is, because they own it and they know it. These reforms, certainly not perfect, provide a means to beginning turning city government back to the people who pay for it. Who could righteously be against 10% voter turnout to 60, against saving $1 million, against the diversity of opinions and ideas of those who represent us? I will tell you who I think is against this reform, a family that has essentially controlled commission seat for decades. Special interests and PACs that actually spent well north of $300 per vote in our most recent special election, per vote. Politicians who depend on extremely low turnout, so even ethics violations and even convictions sometimes aren't even relevant in our elections. These folks will rightfully say, don't blame the player, blame the game. And you can't really disagree with that. These reforms are about changing the game. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Maria Llorens, and I'm the Policy Director at Miami Workers Center. My address is 2900 Bird Avenue. Today I'm here to speak in opposition to RE5. As a community organization, we know very well how workers and tenants who are immigrants are targeted and exploited because of their vulnerable status. Your constituents come to us for guidance when their employer doesn't pay them for their work and when landlords try to evict them without due process. And for those without status, they tell us, "I'm afraid that my boss or landlord will report me to ICE." We invite immigrants to come to this country because there are jobs, backbreaking jobs that pay very little and that no one wants to do. By joining the 287G program, we are sending a message to hardworking members of our community. Welcome, but don't speak up, don't expect to have rights, live quietly and in fear. This program is not only wasteful, it undermines the rights that we guarantee to anyone who is in this country. It is immoral, and you should vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Cassandra Strozier, and I'm currently here for the Miami DDA. And what Miami DDA has done for me has made me a better person. I used to be a homeless in downtown Miami, but it was through Miami DDA that lifted me up, got me employment. Now that I'm working with them, I've been so blessed. You remember the Bible saying that it takes a village to raise a family, and that's what Miami DD has done for me in my life. It's been so good to me. I can't even talk, I'm speechless, because Miami DD has been so good to me. And I would like to thank y'all, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Yarelis, and I work with the American Friends Service Committee, a Quaker faith-based organization. And I'm here today speaking against RE5. It may be surprising to learn that even the libertarian think tank, the Cato Institute, found that 287G agreements are ineffective. This has been known since they released their report in 2018, nearly a decade ago. Not only are 287G agreements ineffective, but they will lead to more racial profiling, fear of law enforcement in our communities, and lack of due process, one of the very foundational concepts of this country. If you vote yes, this is the first step of an already slippery slope. When will it stop? Will the city deputize school resource officers to take children? Because we know that ICE is already taking away immigrant children in foster care. We've seen the videos of families being torn apart, and I'm sure that you've heard the stories since this morning about how important immigrants are in our community, about how they're our fathers, our mothers, our siblings, and your constituents are begging you to vote no on this. And even if the human story does not move you, then I urge you to think about international scrutiny. I urge you to think about the fact that the World Cup is coming soon. And it's one thing to have embarrassment at the local level. It's another thing to be embarrassed at the world stage. So, will you allow this city to become a hunting ground during the World Cup? Will your officers know the difference between a quote-unquote illegal alien and a terrorist? Because we've seen in some videos that they don't. So I urge you today to stand for our liberties, to stand for due process, to stand with frightened families who don't know when they will be separated. Because if you vote yes on this, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when they will be separated. ICE is kidnapping our families and disappearing them, often individuals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm here to represent as a downtown ambassador, a role that I have held for the last 13 years, and it's a tangible impact to our community to foster and to welcome in our community. I urge you to continue to fund our downtown development authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Chair, can we have the speaker's name, please?
I'm sorry. Your name, sir, for the record?
Sean White.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Beba Men. I'm in District 3. Madam Chair, first of all, I just wanted to let you know that my heart and prayers are with you. I can only imagine going through some phases right now with my mother, what you're going through. So it's really brave of you to be here. Commissioner Rosado, welcome. Silver Bluff is ready to work with you. So congratulations. I'm here to speak on RE19 and PH14. On the RE19, I do agree that elections should be moved if they are in fact going to help voters come out and vote. Because right now it's really pathetic to see and hear people all the time complaining about our elected officials, but they don't go out and vote. So if that's going to help that, I think it's great. As far as the 8 years for elected officials, I really do think that this belongs to the voters. I, for one, love Mayor Francis Suarez and what he has done for the city of Miami. No pun intended, but who needs the DDA? He's done an amazing job by putting Miami in the spotlight. If he goes on in his political career and does other things and then wants to come back in 20 years, 15 years, I would love for him to be a mayor again with such experience. So I really do think that this should be left for the voters. On PH14, let me just say that in brief, was that my time up? In brief, we had a situation in the Silver Bluff area with the traffic that was totally out of control. We had a white knight by the name of Commissioner Joe Carollo, and he actually helped confront the county with our issue. There was an illegal, supposedly, which was not, because every other municipality has done the same thing, Coconut Grove, Corrigan, everybody did the same thing, except we could not have the same. And we were in court.
Thank you.
Just that I can say this for this item, Judge Bloomstein in 2023 said that the county needed to do something. Well, 2 years later, this is what the county has done. So this before you today is really, okay, it's really the county.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ronaldo Cancel. I live at 1555 Northwest 7th Avenue. I also work for Miami DDA. Before I came to Miami DDA, you would never recognize me because I was homeless. I was living under a bridge. And if it wasn't for the Miami-Dade Police Department who helped me get into Camillus and get to where I am right now, I have a better person, my supervisors, my bosses, I wouldn't be here because they gave me the chance to stand up again. I am 65 years old. You may not look, I may not look it, but I can tell you this. It don't matter what people think. It's that you never have to walk in my shoes to stand up here and try to sell something to someone which you shouldn't. I believe in Miami DDA. They showed me. I have cleaned the streets. I have done the graffiti. I have done the walk. I keep my bathrooms clean. I also have a good relationship with all of them. And they give me the same respect I give them. And I would like to ask y'all to give us the same respect and give us a chance to keep going. Because without Miami DDA, Miami will look back like in the 80s, like the slums. Garbage, people defecating everywhere. And that's what we're here for, to keep it clean. And if you just give us that opportunity, we'll keep on working.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chairwoman King. My condolences to you. My name is Zamiri Napier. I'm at District 24. I stand with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And I believe it is implorable that we say no to 287G because I believe it's turned our local police into federal immigration agents. And this isn't justice. This is fascist, unconstitutional betrayal and suppression. This program has proven time and time over, dating back to circa 2003, that it is not and will not better our community or anyone's community for that matter, their quality of life. Whether it be diverting egregious amounts of money to detention facilities, ICE compliance training, and jail infrastructure, while simultaneously stripping domestic violence shelters, trauma recovery services, and outreach programs.
Take Prince William County, Virginia's 287G program costing $6.4 million in only its first year. Or the Insecure Community Report finding that 45% of all Latinos and 67% of undocumented individuals say that they are less likely to report a crime because they fear being asked about their or their loved one's immigration status. Ripping families apart with no decrease in crime rates, you jail people based on the color of their skin, the language they speak, and you suckle off of the blood, sweat, and tears of your hardest working citizens. Survivors are afraid to report abuse, workers are afraid to seek help, and traffic stops are turned into deportation traps. 287G is not about social safety, it's about racial profiling and silence. We deserve better, and we deserve communities rooted in dignity and not in detention, in protection and not in persecution. So today, we say no to 287G because everyone deserves to feel safe in a place that they call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Wanda Grice. I live at 1531 Northwest 16th Avenue. I'm here to represent, as a part of representation for Miami DDA. I came through, when they told me 2 minutes, I said I better write a letter, but I decided to come up here and talk. I came to Miami DDA through a program at Camilla's house. I worked on the streets of downtown Miami, cleaning and everything, and it was like, I can't do this. But a team of people believed in me, Miami DDA. I worked until they gave me the opportunity to become a supervisor. For 5 years, I've been working in the realm of Miami DDA. I'm so grateful for Miami DDA because it has allowed me to show them the integrity that I have within myself, to be able to do without anybody looking, to be able to serve others. Well, I'm used to being served. Now I'm able to serve others. I said I wasn't going to cry, and I'm not. But I'm so grateful for Miami DDA, and not because I work for them, but just for what I'm doing. You know, to be able to be downtown Miami and the people come up to me and say, thank you for doing what you're doing. I appreciate you cleaning here. People ask me directions, and I'm able to give it to them, you know, with a smile. And then, you know, I heard a man say earlier, a kid made him feel like a hero. I am a hero. I'm a shero. I am a shero. I work for Miami DDA. I'm grateful to work for them, and I want to tell the team thank you for believing in me and allowing me to help serve the community of downtown Miami.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Blanca Wolf. I am a server at Miami International Airport of Miami, and I am a proud member of United Here, Local 355. I am proud to have been born and raised in Nicaragua. I am a resident of Little Havana. As immigrants, we are the heart of Miami. We keep the airport, hotels, and city running. We stand against 287G. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Yukari Carballo. I live in 1 Northwest 70th Street. I want to start by saying what a powerful day of people fighting for what they believe in and what they said. And with that said, we are all going through hardship, fighting a fight that no one is aware of and everyone is aware at the same time. Please don't add more to the city and vote no to RE5. Now, that's not only the reason why I'm standing up here. I was moved to talk on that after hearing everybody else speak as well. But I'm also here fighting for the land that I live in. I understand there's change coming to Little River and Little Haiti. But what we're asking for today is not to stop growth, it's to contain it, make it fair, and ensure it doesn't erase the people who already live there. I can't help but find myself every day on my way to work in Wynwood, counting the floors on those buildings, and my heart breaking. Is this going to be the future for Little Haiti and Little River? Once the new zoning, transit-oriented node is passed, it opens the doors to massive high-rise development with no binding commitment. We lose the protection of Miami 21, and there's no guarantees what's coming won't overwhelm our streets, displace our neighbors, and destroy the character of our community. So if this is going forward, I respectfully ask, set height limits that reflect the scale of our neighborhood, not skyscrapers. Require public written community benefits before approvals. Ensure affordable housing is mandatory, not optional. And make it that all future development has transparent and accountable with real community input. This isn't about saying no to growth, it's about saying yes to our community first. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Manny Priegues, 4000 Malaga Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33133. Typically, I don't get up and speak in front of the Commission unless I'm representing someone. But you know, I've lived in Coconut Grove for 24 years, and I've lived in Miami for a lot longer than that. And there are 2 items on the agenda that are being sponsored by Commissioner Pardo that I feel are very, very important. So I said, you know, I have a voice too. I have the right to speak also, especially when I think something is really, really important. And I asked the Commission to support both items. I think it's the jolt that the city of Miami needs, and that it needs now. Anyone that would argue to you that it's better to have 10 or 11% of the electorate participate in a democracy versus 50 or 60 or 70% of the electorate is just not being genuine in their arguments. A vibrant democracy demands that as many people as possible come out and vote. As far as the term limits are concerned, I'm also I feel very strongly about that. Being an elected official is not a right, it's a privilege. And the more people that become involved in that privilege, the better democracy will be for it. So for those reasons, I ask every single one of you today to support these items, and hopefully we'll be able to make a better Miami altogether. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Terrence Criggs-Laurent. I'm a proud member of the City of Miami Black Police Precinct Courthouse Museum, one that holds the history of policing in the City of Miami. We are a space that shows each of us how proper policing pioneered what we now know as community policing. And so I encourage you all to visit. I also encourage you to vote no on R5. And to bring that to you, I want to say, first, they came for communists, and I did not speak out because I wasn't a communist. Then they came for socialists, and I did not speak out because I wasn't a socialist. They then came for trade unions, and I didn't speak out then because I wasn't part of the trade union. They then came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not part of the Jewish community. Then they came for me, and there I was, the only one left, no one to speak up for me. This is the reason why I'm standing here. I'm standing here because eventually what we're about to do, someone is going to need us. And if we don't stand up now and do what is right for the people, we can be the resounding voice that the world says, Miami got it right. Miami did it best. Yes, you may be going against the grain. And yes, you may be putting yourself in harm's way. But that's what we voted you for. That's why we put you in these seats, because we knew you could handle it. We knew you could do it when the times got rough. So I encourage you to reflect on this moment and know that if you don't do it now, it'll be you next. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello. Hi, I'm Wendy. I live at 815 Northeast 70th, and I'm firmly against this RE5. And I'm just going to read a speech you probably all know, but I think you should be reminded. 2 friends of mine were talking to a refugee from communist Cuba. He had escaped from Castro, and as he told the story of his horrible experiences, one of my friends turned to the other and said, "We don't know how lucky we are." And the Cuban stopped and said, "How lucky you are. I had some place to escape to." Other countries may seek to compete with us, but in one vital area, as a beacon of freedom and opportunity that draws the people of the world, no country on earth comes close. This, I believe, is one of the most important sources of American greatness. We lead the world, unique among nations. We draw our people, our strength from every country and every corner of the world. And by doing so, we continuously renew and enrich our nation. While other countries cling to the stale past, here in America, we breathe life into dreams. We create the future, and the world follows us into tomorrow. Thanks to each wave of new arrivals to this land of opportunity, we're a nation forever young, forever bursting with energy and new ideas, and always on the cutting edge, always leading the world to the next frontier. This quality is vital to our future as a nation. If we ever close the door to new Americans, our leadership in the world would soon be lost. It is bold men, women, and children yearning for freedom and opportunity who leave their homelands and come to a new country to start their lives over. They believe in the American dream, and over they make it come true for themselves, for their children, and for others. They give more than they receive, and that was Ronald Reagan. Go back and listen to that last speech.
Good afternoon. Commissioner Rosado, congratulations. Madam Chair, my condolences to you and your family for your loss. Commissioner Pardo, while I appreciate the effort at reform and I do support lifetime term limits in RE 19, you should not unilaterally cancel this year's election and give yourselves an extra year in office per FR 4. Commissioner Rosado, you were just campaigning, knocking on doors. You probably spoke to hundreds, if not thousands of voters, right? How many of them said to you the very first thing you should do on your very first meeting is to cancel the election and extend your own term a year longer than we're electing for? I'm guessing not one. Nobody thought of it because nobody actually wants it. It's not only a bad look, it is profoundly unethical to gift yourselves this personal and political benefit. For anyone who says this will save money, you guys waste so much money. If there's one thing voters want you to spend money on, it's elections. Invest in our democracy, so please send this issue, if it's so popular, to voters for a referendum. Finally, on the 287G collusion with ICE in our beautiful community of immigrants, I'm old enough to remember a time when thousands of Miamians took to the streets, shutting down the city, the MacArthur, the Palmetto, Biscayne Boulevard, the port, erupting in violence against federal agents and police, setting fires and burning the American flag. They were in an uproar against the federal government over one 5-year-old immigrant who was returned to his father in Cuba. Joining them on the streets 25 years ago was then Mayor Joe Carollo. And here is the message he sent to Washington, D.C., a similar message to the one you should all send today. Audio? Should I just put the... It's only 14 seconds long.
Thank you. It's not working. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Madam Chair, my condolences to you for your loss and a warm welcome to Commissioner Rosado. My name is Claudia Miro, Vice President at Freebie, headquartered right here in Miami at 371 Northeast 61st Street. I'm speaking in opposition of RE 18, an item that seeks to award a microtransit contract to an outside company when the number one microtransit company is right here, headquartered in District 5 for over 13 years. I'm here again today because misinformation continues to be used to justify awarding a piggyback contract for a bid and CITT-funded service, excluding Freebie entirely from the process. Most recently, an Instagram video falsely claimed that the Coconut Grove bid received a proposal from Freebie. That's simply just not true. And when we requested to see this supposed proposal, the bid produced a document dated 2023, submitted to former Commissioner Sabina Kovo based on her vision for District 2, not the bid's current goals. And more importantly, it wasn't solicited or submitted for this process. I personally appeared at the bid meeting in December and again in June, clearly expressing Freebie's interest and ability to serve. We were never given an opportunity to compete. No RFP was issued, no outreach was made, just a decision made behind closed doors. And I'd like to point out that both times this item has appeared on this agenda, there has been no supporting documentation, no pricing details, no price per hour or per rider, and no mention that while Freebie was free to the rider when it operated here in the Grove, this new outside company will not only cost the city more money, but will also charge the rider. That is not transparency. At a time when the city of Miami is facing a $30 million deficit, how is it acceptable to award a higher cost contract without testing the market? Freebie's pricing would save the city at least $200,000. That's real taxpayer savings, and this body has a responsibility to explore it. Freebie is local, proven, and aligned with the bid's mission. We support local businesses free of charge on our app and through in-person engagement. That's unique and value added. We respectfully ask this commission, don't rush through this. Don't rely on misinformation and put this RFP. Let's do it for transparency and fairness. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Grant Stern, 425 Northeast 22nd Street. Coming here to oppose the 287G agreement. It's a terrible idea. I'm not going to go on about it. I think you guys have heard quite a lot of good, valid reasons why it shouldn't be enacted. But I'm also here to talk about an issue that relates to this body. And it's about FR4, which I oppose, RE19, which I'm in favor of. And that is that we need these term limits, obviously. We need reform on the commission. I agree with Commissioner Pardo that we need the even year and odd year elections. I just don't think this is the right way to do it. You know, I concur with Billy. Let's spend the money on democracy. Why don't we hold a snap referendum and get the people out and get them to vote on these term limits and on odd and even years if that's what we want to do. Let's waste the money on democracy because it's not a waste. That's an investment in democracy. Look at who's sitting on this commission and filling a very large chair. It's somebody who was just elected at a special election. And our last commissioner in District 2, prior to Commissioner Pardo, was also elected at a special election, where people were in a line out the door asking for an election instead of an appointment, instead of a commission action. They wanted to let the people speak, to have someone who is legitimate sit in that chair. And for those 9 months, we had a legitimate elected commissioner, and she was succeeded by another legitimate elected commissioner. Let's keep that going here in the city, and let's take these reforms to another step. Let's consider a charter amendment to maybe have 9 commissioners, to have a council manager form of government instead of the weak mayor form of government that hobbles this city perpetually. Thank you for your time, and I really hope that we take this all to the ballot box and do it quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fernando Mondi, resident from the South Grove, my condolences on the passing of your father. Commissioner King, congratulations, Commissioner Rosado. It's good to see you up there. I echo the call of many who have spoken earlier eloquently about that the city should not enter into the agreement with ICE on RE5. On RE9, the term limits, I'd like to commend Commissioner Pardo for his very noble efforts at positive reform. Unfortunately, the byproduct and the direct consequences of his good faith efforts create 2 very dangerous precedents that render the commissioner's well-intended proposal as unacceptable. The 2 most obvious. The arbitrary granting of an extra year to elected officials by elected officials is bad enough, but the canceling of an election without voter consent in a democracy is indefensible. I find myself in the unfamiliar position today where I wholeheartedly agree with Governor DeSantis and Attorney General Uthmeier and even Commissioner Joe Carollo, who recently said, even if it's beneficial towards me, it's wrong. Voters voted for us for a 4-year term, and I believe only the voters of the city have the right to change that. Commissioner Carollo is damn right. Commissioner Rosado, you just ran a successful grassroots campaign after 2 previous attempts at this office that were unsuccessful. You know firsthand how important that covenant is with voters. You couldn't possibly today, on your first day in office, unilaterally support Commissioner Pardo's proposal and in the process give yourself a benefit of a free bonus year in office. You wouldn't do that. You know better. Commissioner Pardo, I proudly supported you for a 4-year term. I have every expectation to support you again for an 8-year term as my commissioner, but not 9 years. Whether we agree or disagree philosophically with term limits or canceling an election or giving elected officials an unelected extra year in office, we should all agree that these sacred decisions must first be made with the consent of the governed, not by the well-intended but flawed whims of those in power. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mandy, this is the second time you come up here and you speak real nice of me. And my wife's going to think you have a man crush on me. Please stop that.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Last week, Miami's senior legislator said, there are things we need to change in our city. It's not working. He is absolutely right. And the turnout today especially proves that people are ready for substantial change. That same legislator reminded us that 30 years ago today, his job was part-time. That era is over. The Miami of today and the Miami of tomorrow is far more complex, demanding, and urgent. Yet our government structure has barely changed in those 30 years. That's the underlying problem, and RE19 and FR4 are part of the solution. RE19 creates lifetime term limits. It fosters continually innovative leadership, and it builds public trust. We're not guessing about this because Miami Beach has passed almost exactly the same law. They're better for it. FR4 moves city elections to even-numbered years. That change alone will bring 3 to 5 times as many voters into the process. It's clearly a step in the right direction, and for those that support democracy. It's an imperfect step. And yes, it comes with a 1-year cost. But for me, I've weighed it, and I believe a permanently better government is worth that price. Because when more people vote, your decisions carry weight. You entered this office to make changes, real societal and political and governmental changes. This is your opportunity. 30 years of low turnout have crippled this city. It's time to break the cycle. RE19, FR4, bitter pills, but time to swallow them. They require your confidence, not your comfort, leadership, not delay. I urge you to vote both them. On the matters of thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Vicky Ruiz. I am not a resident of Miami-Dade. I'm a resident of Broward County, but I understand that I'm able to come and speak here. I don't have a fancy title. I'm a soccer coach, and I work with kids. And every day, I see when they treat each other harshly, and you guys are leaders, and people see you. They see you internationally, they see you locally, and what you do matters. What you do matters. The kids who I coach are kids of rich people, poor people, middle-income people, all people. But I see that when we speak with them with kindness, when we treat them with kindness, when we teach them how to lead each other with positive reinforcement, positive projection, and we encourage the parents to learn techniques of how to work with kids and problem solve in positive ways, we work better as a team. And I believe that that's what we can do here. And I imagine, I'm hoping, that most of the police officers are in a really big bind and they don't want to be in this situation. And everybody has talked to you guys about budgets. I don't know about the budgets. I haven't learned about that. It's not been a thing of mine. But I know that when you train for something, that's what you train for, and you can't just change it very quickly. The National Guard that are in LA, that's not what they were there for. The Marines, that's not what they were trained to do. This is extremely important. Please show your leadership and stand up to the dictators and the bullies in our local systems and in our national systems and on the global scale. We are all looking at you, and we believe that you can do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Marcelo Valladares, 16171 Southwest 73rd Street. I'm here to speak in opposition to RE5, the partnership between local PD and ICE. I believe that it's something that will definitely harm our communities, and to keep it brief, I ask all of you to look inward to your humanity and really consider all the people that are here, aren't here, all the undocumented people you might know who are trying their best, and to use your strength and really be kind in your decisions and moving forward when that vote comes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Ma'am,
Chairman King. I'm asking for permission to get my 2 minutes back.
No, ma'am, no. You spoke enough, and
I didn't get my 2 minutes.
you got enough minutes. If you're going to go back and forth with an elected, you're using your time. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman King. Condolences to you for your loss. Sorry for that. And welcome, Commissioner Rosado. Commissioners, good to see you all here. I had a loss this weekend myself. My cousin was celebrating her birthday in Wynwood, and she was one of the 2 people that lost their lives Saturday night. I've been working with the police department, as you might know, trying to solve some of our local challenges with the resilience, with parks, with fire department, and I've been dedicating my last 3 years to solve some of our biggest problems. I'm asking for your support, as I have in the past. 4 main items I'm going to jump into real quick. On RE5, the ICE partnership, not only am I worried for our community, I'm worried for each of you. You have a big responsibility now, and you might receive pushback from the state and retaliation from the community. Either way that you choose the right way to go. The state will maybe have to, if you choose no, have to sue the city and make enforcement happen, but you could stand up and do what's right. RE19, lifetime term limits, I'm also in favor of it. I do love Francis. And that being said, on FR4, I do agree that we should add the odd to even, but after the mayoral election. And on DI7, the DDA, I've submitted several proposals to the DDA. I want my augmented reality art walk, which will be in your district and the commissioner and chairwoman's, as well as the Miamiverse project. I'm in favor of the DDA. I don't pay taxes to the DDA, but yes, I think that the community should have a seat at the table. Thank you. My name is Silvio, for the record, D1.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Brandon Fernandez. I am both a freebie employee and a proud resident of Coconut Grove, first and foremost, at 3001 Southwest 27th Avenue. Out of respect for some of the incredibly important items on this agenda, I'll be very brief in discussing item RE18 and why it represents a deeper-rooted issue for the taxpayers and residents of this city. To be very clear and upfront, if RE18 is passed in favor of a hand-picked vendor without a proper procurement process, our city will be needlessly wasting hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars. I repeat, by disregarding a competitive RFP process for this transit contract, you are choosing, as a commission, to spend significantly more money on this transit contract without justification during an otherwise difficult financial period for this city. The numbers between this hand-picked vendor and a homegrown operator such as Freebie are straightforward and simple. You just heard them. But because the procurement process was disregarded, this enormous cost savings cannot be considered. But it is not too late. The decision to be fiscally responsible when it comes to government spending in District 2 and the rest of the city of Miami has been left up to the rest of you all. So I ask you, again, please oppose RE18 and call for an open and transparent RFP process, one that will ensure that my neighborhood of Coconut Grove gets the best transit deal possible. Again, please vote in favor and move in favor of fiscal responsibility, taxpayer savings, and local partnerships. Oppose RE18. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Serena Ellis. I live in 14751 Northeast 9th Avenue, Miami, Florida 33161. And I'm here because I think that a lot of us may have left curious about the video that Bill wanted to show and hear Commissioner Carollo in his own words. So we're going to play it.
The Miami Police Department, the Miami-Dade County Police Department, will not participate, will not be part of snatching young Leon Gonzalez from his Miami family.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No matter how nice Billy wants to speak about me, I won't pay you a penny, Billy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My sincere condolences, Commissioner King. I lost my mother last summer, so I know the pain that you're going through. Welcome to the dais, Commissioner Rosado. As a proud resident of District 4, I'm glad that you're going to be a new voice for us. And I wanted to say, despite everything that's going on, happy Pride Month. It's nice to see the Pride flag flying over City Hall, despite some efforts in Tallahassee to stop us. I am the chairman of the LGBTQ Advisory Board, and I'm also here to support the new at-large appointment that our board desperately needs for us to meet. It's been 3 months since we haven't been able to meet. Those commissioners that have not appointed someone, they have been made aware as well. So we urge you to help us allow to continue to do the community's work. In regards to RE5, I urge you to defer the item until we hear about the pending litigation regarding the city of South Miami. Fort Myers also had a similar vote that went the wrong way, and they had to go ahead and meet again. To be able to make sure that we are not choosing sides right now, let's wait till we hear from the courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, Sue McConnell, 3090 Virginia Street, Coconut Grove. Here concerning freebie. We've had freebie in the Grove before. We want it back again. We had it for some time before COVID. We lost it. We want it back. We all know what the problem is in the Grove as far as parking. A lot of you don't because you have decals and placards on your car, people that drive you around. We keep going around the Grove over and over again. We can't find parking. Even handicap parking is different. What I'm told is that Circuit has been the only company that's been given a bid. For some reason, they skipped Freebie. Freebie is a group that we've been happy with. There's no extra charge. They're less money. Everyone around here, the Gables, Key Biscayne, Pinecrest, even Commissioner Gabella has Freebie. Why would we want something different that's going to be confusing? Visitors and residents are not going to know who to call, what to do, where do you go? If I take a freebie here to the grocery store, do I have to call a different freebie to come back and get me? It's confusing. It doesn't make sense not to give freebie the opportunity to do a bid. We don't suspect a deal from the benefit of the company, but we are concerned with the fact that first it was they were going to be charged $1 each. Now they're going to be charged $2 each. Where does that money go? It seems to me that when you're picking somebody up, you're going to have to deal with change and money, and here's a $10 bill, we've got 4 people. Just get the people in the car and get them going, get them moving, hold up traffic. That's crazy. So what I'm asking for is please, if before you make a decision, at least go to freebie and get a reasonable answer from them as to what they would pay. And you know I've been fighting for this for a very long time, and I'm not giving up. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and Commissioners. My name is James Torres, President of the Downtown Neighbors Alliance. I am here on a couple items, PA1 and DI7, making sure that the DNA is going to have equal time to present, so that's something that needs to be spoken about here today. But right now I want to speak briefly about something that's just as troubling. The proposal to ban residents from ever running again for office after 2 terms, and the extension of terms currently officers that may have without giving an extra year without a single vote. Let's be clear, this isn't reform. It's a restriction. It shrinks the field for candidates, consolidates power, and sends a clear message that the government doesn't trust its own people. If the body is serious about change, then let's stop the smoke and mirrors, and start pursuing real reform. We have nearly 500,000 individuals that live in the city of Miami, yet only 5 commissioners. And it's time to advance the initiative to expand from either 7 or 9 districts. That's how you empower voters. That's how you deliver true local representation, not with backroom extensions and or lifetime bans, but with access, fairness, and trust within the public. So as we move forward, let's be very clear, something that is also very disturbing here today as it relates to the DDA. We are not axing any jobs. Let's be very clear, DDA. We're asking for the residential piece to be removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak? Seeing none, public comment period is now closed. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues for a motion to approve the meeting minutes from April 10th, 2025, April 17th, 2025, and April 24th, 2025.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Madam Chair,
Yes.
for the record, since I wasn't a member of the commission at that point, I will actually be voting against the minutes.
Well, no, you won't vote at all.
No vote's fine. 4-1.
No vote, because you weren't here, so you wouldn't be voting at all. Not against them, just not at all.
Well, but we'll show it as 4-1. That's fine.
4-1.
Yeah, he can't abstain, so.
He cannot.
Yes,
so he can abstain, and the rules allow him to vote even though he wasn't present.
Yeah.
Typically. So.
What?
Yeah, because he could review the minutes, and but I'm just saying that's what the rules allow.
Okay. We now have a personal appearance by the Downtown Development Authority.
Madam Chair, before they begin, I'd just like a point of clarification. I had a discussion item on the DDA that I wasn't planning on bringing anybody else to speak, just to point out some observations. However, since this has been placed on the agenda, I would like in my item then to have either both or one of the neighborhood associations, either the Brickell Homeowners, the Downtown Home Association, or one or the other, to be able to be given the same amount of time so that they could express any views they have. My point is not to be talking against the DDA. My simple point that I wanted to bring out is that this was established in 1967. There were no residents there at the time. There are many residents in downtown now, like in Brickell, and they have a right, if they're paying taxes, to establish this. Taxes, frankly, that should be paid by the whole city of Miami, not just them, because the downtown belongs to the whole city, not just to Brickell or downtown residents that are paying for this. So my point was just that we should have an election of property owners, not voters, property owners on the residential side, property owners on the commercial side. And if they want to pay taxes, so be it. Who am I to say no? If they don't want to pay taxes, that they have the right to get out and not pay it. And that's the whole point that I want to make. But I just like to see if we could bring my other item together and join them so that they could have their say-so. And I don't think this is, again, an item to be attacking the DDA. They've done many good things, and I disagree with some of the expenditures. But this is not to be attacking the DDA. This is about giving people rights. They're paying taxes. They should have a say-so. And that's the point that's the only point that I want to make. So if we could agree that maybe once they're done in their presentation, either one or both of the homeowners' presidents
Madam Chair.
can address us, I think it would save us a lot of time.
Commissioner Pardo?
Madam Chair, the DDA is sanctioned by the state. They're created by the state. They have their own process for these kind of reforms and discussions. They just had their budget meeting, I think, a few days ago, and they have their own board. Our function is to review their budget and accept it during our regular budget cycle. Last meeting, we had 4 minutes of a presentation on the DDA. Because of that, they requested to our office equal time, 4 minutes, to be able to make that presentation today.
So I suggest that we allow them their time responding to the presentations that were made in the last meeting and move on, because this shouldn't be consuming the City of Miami Commission meeting. This is something that should be primarily dealt with first at the DDA. All of their meetings are public. I believe that the last one they had was public and open and discussed a lot of these issues. And if there's a grievance there, it should then go to their board, and it should be handled in that manner.
I don't believe he's correct in what he's saying.
Hold on. Are you here just to give a budget report?
No.
You are not. You're doing a whole presentation.
Yes.
Okay. Here's my issue. Prior to Commissioner Reyes passing, Mr. Torres requested a personal appearance and it was granted. He was told that it would be inappropriate to come before us because we were respecting Commissioner Reyes's and we were all in mourning. Now, I'm not sure. Mr. Manager, I'm not sure what the end result was of that was. I was told the appropriate place for Mr. Torres to make his presentation was at the DDA. But if they are just here making a presentation, then I do believe that it would be fair to allow him to also present. Now, if they weren't making a presentation to us, because they have, they have their meetings and all of that, the same logic that they're using, which I support, the appropriate venue would be to air his grievances at the DDA meetings. But now they're here making a presentation also. So it wouldn't be fair for me to say, well, you can make a presentation, but you can't make a presentation. I'm going to leave this up to my colleagues to decide, but that is my logic, or Todd, or the manager, because I have not been one to stop someone from coming before us and presenting.
I was under the impression that it was on the budget.
There's a section of it, yes, it's based on the budget that we discussed last Wednesday, but it's about the critical services and how they will be affected if those, if the residents are out or the services have to be decreased.
And there you have it. The flip side. Sit down. Sit down.
I'm just getting ready.
Just sit down. And there you have it. We allow everyone to have a voice, and it is the counter. And everyone has been coming. Many residents. This is an item. This is a topic. It's a hot topic. Should we keep it? Should we not keep it? Should the voters vote on it? I think it just makes it worse if we don't allow the flip side.
Let's move on and go ahead and.
Can I?
Yes.
Can I interject for a minute?
Uh-huh.
I thought that what would happen was we would name the new DDA chairman, and then from there they can take it on. Apart from that, we have a full stacked, pretty big agenda. My 2 cents worth, whatever the body wants to do.
I mean,
that's what I will.
But she's already here, so if she gets to speak, now if she doesn't speak, he doesn't speak.
How about we don't speak?
I'm okay with it. I follow. I'm here to give information. It was not to create any chaos or disagreement amongst you, because we are a team. I do want to say thank you for having me. Commissioner Rosado, welcome, and hopefully we will be working together. Commissioner King, my condolences. It does get better, but every morning, repeat to yourself what I say. I am my father's daughter. Everything is going to be okay.
Thank you. Oh, gosh. Thank you. No, it's been decided. She's not speaking? No.
But there's an issue here.
No.
Well, let me clear something.
There's nothing to clear up, man.
We were brought in here.
There's nothing to clear up.
And then we were told no. Let me grab the paperwork.
When the chair says you can't speak, you can't speak.
All right. Gentlemen, on the consent agenda item, Are there any items that you would like to pull from discussion? We have CA1 through CA14 in play. Are there any items that you would like to pull for discussion from the consent agenda? Commissioner Rosado?
CA2.
You want to pull CA2? Yes. Okay. That's it? Vice Chair?
CA2 is one that I wanted to pull, but let me just, CA5, it's only for a question that I have on it. I don't think I should have a problem with it, but I do have to ask a question in CA5. And I'm good with the rest of it.
Commissioner Gabella?
No, I'm good.
Commissioner Pardo?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'll make a motion for those items that
Okay.
we have not pulled out.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. So I have a motion and a second for CA 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. All in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Commissioner Rosado, you pulled CA2.
Yes, Madam Chair. I had some questions about the procurement around this item. This is a very large purchase, and as I understand it, there hasn't necessarily been clarity around why we are discontinuing the current vendor. And there was a speaker who mentioned that if there had been an issue with the equipment, that they would gladly replace it. And so I wonder why that wasn't done, and I wonder if we could hear a little bit more from staff on that.
No, I think we're keeping the vendor, correct? Yes, we're keeping the vendor. The issue was that we didn't go out to bid. It's a sole source, or we're renewing the contract.
Jennifer Ramirez, Director of GSA. We are not replacing the existing vendor. We are actually diversifying our system by having both vendors be part of our system. Okay. We're joining 29 other municipalities throughout the state of Florida. So federally, there's a P25 mandate that says that all communication systems are to be interoperable. That now allowed cities and municipalities that use communication systems to be able to take the best of both worlds and to create our systems so they're no longer proprietary and no one is held hostage to any one system. So what we have is a conglomerate where we're still keeping the Harris communication system and the main towers and all of the repeaters and things of that nature. What this is actually doing is replacing the radios for public safety. We're still keeping the Harris radios for general government. So this is only changing the ones for public safety, which is police and fire.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. I'm always going to be, as a former manager, I'm going to be looking at ways to save money and making sure that our processes are as competitive as possible when it comes to procurement. I appreciate the clarification.
Vice Chair?
If I could ask some further questions here. I've heard from other vendors, and I don't know who these people were, but there are other vendors out there, and they're claiming that they could do it much cheaper. I think I even heard for half the price, and I don't know if that's accurate or not. So I, for one, don't want to go forward with this if we could save substantial monies, even if it's not a 50% savings like I thought I heard. If there are serious dollars to be saved, I would like to see that. And if you still would prefer to pay more, if someone will give you a lower amount, then I'd like to hear why you would rather pay more. How much more are we getting then from the Motorola radios versus the other radios? It's a lot of money we're talking about here for a lot of years.
Absolutely. I can defer to the police and fire to better discuss about the radios and all of the services that it provides so that they can best meet their demands for their work.
Good afternoon, everyone. Robert Evans, Fire Chief. So
Just a point of clarification, the fire department currently does not use Harris radios. We currently use Motorola radios in public safety. We found through our trial that the Motorola radios are far superior in function. They have features that the Harris radios just do not. GPS location, LTE, we can send multimedia, and just ergodynamically held in the firefighter's hands. So a few years ago when the city went to Harris, we decided that we couldn't for safety reasons, and we stayed with Motorola. Our Motorola radios are now 9 years old. They're at the point that we need to replace them. So for the fire department, we're not changing vendors. We're sticking with the radios that we currently have, just to a more modern, upgraded radio.
Good afternoon. Manny Morales, Chief of Police. Condolences, Madam Chair, and welcome to Commissioner Rosado to Davis. As an end user, I can tell you that there's a vast difference between the quality, not only of the product, but the transmission of both radios and the systems. One of the #1 complaints that I receive, and it's synonymous across all 3 districts of the Miami Police Department, is the quality of the radio. We believe that is a public safety issue, and that's what we're requesting to go along with the recommendations of GSA to go back to the Motorola's. There's a reason why the fire department never went to it. You just heard it from Chief Hevia. But when it comes to the product, we tried it. We've been there. We've done that. It just didn't work. And I'm all for saving money to the city, Vice Chair. But there's some things that, you save now, but you're going to pay later. And hopefully that price won't come at the cost of a police officer's life.
How many years have we been using the non-Motorola radios?
The Harris product, I want to say 5 or 6?
7 years.
7.
7 years, and now is when we realize that we had the wrong radio?
We've been complaining. We've been working with Harris to try to improve the quality. There have been several updates to the radios, but it really hasn't had any impactful changes to the quality of the transmission.
Has there been any cost to any life or property because of any problems with the radio?
There has been plenty of loss of transmissions, and that's where the complaints of the officers have come in.
That wasn't my question, Chief.
But there's
Any
been
loss
no.
of
The answer to your
property
question
or
is
lives?
no. No.
I'm hearing what you're telling me, but I have no idea what the difference in price is and how drastic the communications difference is from one radio to the other. I really don't know. That's not my area of expertise. However, I'd like to see, and if we wait just a little longer, I don't think it's going to change anything. See how much of a savings we could get, and I'd like to get some expert, the city could find an expert that can tell us just how drastic of a difference there is, and if they can provide any real update to change that, and if they can't, so be it. But when I'm hearing 50% savings, that's huge, Chief. That's, a huge savings. So I'd like to see if we could maybe just wait a little longer. Let people present their offers to us, or the manager can put it out in a quick bid, whichever the city attorney suggests. And then let's find out what the savings is, one, and then let's find out if whatever the savings is it worth the difference in transmissions that you're telling me? And I'd like to get that from an expert in communications that we could bring in, along with Harris or anybody else that's out there. I don't know if there's anybody else out there or not, besides Harris and Motorola, that can assure us what the transmission would be. And if we're not satisfied with it, or whatever changes they make, that we could drop the contract, in 60 days, 90 days. you know, we have had talks of the huge needs that we're going to have in the next 4 years in the police department. And any savings that we could have will go a long way to helping with the amounts that we're going to need to beef up our police department in many different areas. So that's the only thing that I would like to see. If we could just wait a little longer before we rush into this and put everything under the table. I mean, I'm just looking for that word that we keep using here all the time lately, but then I don't see it ever. Transparency.
Chief, I have a question, actually for everybody. My impression in our briefing was that you had a very thorough process, that you had compared, pricing, et cetera, So can you speak to that a little bit as we weigh whether we should wait or move forward?
Yes, Commissioner, as it relates to these radios, compared to, for example, Miami-Dade County, they purchased these same radios from Motorola. They did a purchase of 10,000 radios, and they paid $11,516 per radio. Even though we're looking to purchase 2,050, we were able to negotiate better terms at 11,000. And comparable municipalities throughout the state are actually paying about 13,000 per radio.
Thank you.
The original deal for the radios and the core was originally presented also at $25 million. And through some vigorous negotiations, we were able to bring it down to the numbers put before you today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Motorola was the radios that I always remember, even when I was a kid being a police officer at 18. Those were the radios we used. So I grew up with Motorola. Harris, I don't know. However, if we've used it for 7 years, it appears to have worked. Maybe not exactly how we wanted it, but it worked. So all that I'm saying is we don't need to rush into this. If we waited 7 years or more, we could certainly wait another 30 days or so. And let's have everything on the table. Let's be fully transparent with this whole process.
Through the chair, when I came into office, there was a set of Motorola in my desk, and I asked what was it, and I was educated, on the radio. And then I decided I had spoken in the briefings and asked questions, and also had the Motorola representatives, and they told me all the differences. But one thing I can tell you, I did take it home because I wanted to kind of see what, and the battery does not last a long time. That I saw from one day to the other how long the battery had lasted. And the technology, if you look at one radio to the other, it's day and night. While I respect the commissioner's idea of maybe waiting 30 days, I'm ready to move forward. If somebody else is, and if not, we'll wait. I mean, whatever the body.
Do you have a motion?
Motion.
I'll second it.
Motion for
Whatever. You
For the contract.
Do you want to move forward with the contract, or do you want a motion for?
I do not. I will. If we're going to move forward now, I have to vote against it. If we wait a few weeks and bring it back and let other people put in their bids and get someone that's an expert in this field to tell us the difference, because maybe the price might be much lower, but maybe we hear even more stuff than we've heard here, then I could feel comfortable going forward. But at this point in time, I can't vote for this. There's been no bid on it because the transmission is not ideal to what we like. Over 7 years, there has been no death, property damage caused by it, so apparently they've been working. Maybe not as well as we'd like it, but they've been working. They function. Because if not, we wouldn't have used them for 7+ years. So all that I'm trying to do is be transparent, save money if we can. If not, make sure there's no doubt out there why we made a decision. I don't want people to think that we just approved a no-bid contract for $30 million when there are others saying that they could do it for less than half the price. And how does the city look if we go forward in this?
I think the chief wants to
Yeah,
say
just
something.
as a point of clarification, I do want to highlight the point that for fire, it's not just transmission. That's why we didn't go with them. You know, we tried Harris originally in transparency. We put them in a fire and we melted the radio. It's the other features above transmission, which is our ability to locate our personnel on the ground through GPS location, the LTE for redundancy, the ability to send messaging. So while if you're going to consider just a further evaluation, it needs to be more than just transmission. It has to be the other features. 'Cause for fire,
Sure.
that's what it is. And we never went to Harris for that reason. For us, it's just a continuation of the same.
Everything should be looked at. And I agree with
Appreciate
that.
that.
I'm glad you brought those points up.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. I believe my colleagues are.
There's a motion on the floor. Should we take a vote and then up or down? And then if not, we'll come back to the drawing board?
Thank you, Vice Chair. There's a motion on the floor. He was correct. I have a motion and a second in favor of CA2. All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Aye.
No.
Aye. Passes 3-2
Yes, with Commissioner Rosado and Commissioner Correa voting
as
no.
a no.
Okay, C5.
CA5, Vice Chair.
Yeah, the questions that I have to the administration in C5, what transportation are we talking about here? It's
Good
not clear to
afternoon.
me. Yes.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Annie Perez, Director of Procurement. So these are transportation services for primarily the Parks Department, for field trips, things like that.
Okay.
But also, Commissioner, and I think I mentioned it to you in the briefing, that any of you, if you ever have a need, can also use the transportation services.
That's right, Annie. I remember now. You mentioned that. He came back to me. That's fine. It's mainly for that kind of transportation, so that's fine. Thank you. I'll make the motion for it, Chair.
Thank you. I have a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Gentlemen, with respect to the public hearing items, the resolutions, the PH items, are there any items that you would like to pull for discussion?
I'd like to pull PH 13.
PH 13. Commissioner Gabella?
I just have a question on PH2. Although I was briefed on it, I'd just like to go over it again real
Okay,
real
so
quick.
we'll pull that.
Yeah.
Commissioner Rosado? Vice Chair?
13 has to do with what exactly on the Coconut Grove transportation?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me. You bear with me.
I have them. Okay. Yeah, I got you.
Okay, I'm good.
The only item, so is there?
It's the one that Commissioner Pardo pulled, 13?
No, you pulled 13?
I pulled 13.
Oh, you pulled 13, and Commissioner Gabella has a question
I do too, yeah.
on PH2. So for the other items, may I have a motion?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. The city clerk wants to make a statement for PH 5, 6, and 7.
Thank you, Chair. For PH5, A memo dated May 16, 2025 is being submitted into the record to clarify the sponsors identified on the agenda summary form for this item. This memo does not amend the resolution, so it'll be as is, PH 6 and 7. A memo dated May 20, 2025 is being submitted into the record to clarify the sponsors identified on the agenda summary form for these items. This memo does not amend the resolution, so it'll be adopted as is. And Chair, may I read a brief statement for PH 15 and the amendment for PH 15?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. For PH 15, the resolution will be amended, so PH 15 will be as amended pursuant to a memo dated April 25th, 2025. Additionally, the backup documents for PH 15 will be substituted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So may I have a motion for PH 1, PH 3, PH 4, PH 5, 6, 7, PH 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15 as amended, 16, and 17.
Motion.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Items passes. We have for discussion PH2, Commissioner Gabella.
Yeah, just one quick question. Could you tell me again why that was? I was briefed on it. Could you tell me again why the transfer?
Yeah, Victor Turner, Director of Housing Community Development. This was District 3 CDBG dollars that were for projects that didn't go forth, other projects that been reallocated for DREAM to acquire some properties for affordable housing in District 3.
That's it? That was it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Gentlemen, we are on our resolutions. Are there any RE
I'm sorry.
items?
PH2, was there?
I'm sorry.
You have to vote on it.
May I have a motion for PH2?
Second.
I have a motion for PH2 and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
PH13, Commissioner Pardo.
PH 13, I want to address some of the comments that were made here in the public comment section. There were 2 proposals received within months of each other. They were evaluated. The advantages of circuit were significant on many levels, from features and vehicles, everything else, and pricing. So they were chosen, and then I would like the administration to discuss the piggyback contract, which we used, which was a Hollywood contract. In the case of my colleague, Commissioner Gabella, they used a piggyback contract with Sunrise for freebie. That's the only difference. So we found a company we felt would provide a much better service, was more competitive, and we went that direction.
Yes. So in particular for the one with Circuit, it's an access, we're accessing or piggybacking off of the City of Hollywood. There were 2 proposals received, one from Freebie and one from Circuit. Freebie received 78 out of 100 possible points, and Circuit received 93 out of 100 possible points. The other thing I would also like to mention on the Circuit contract is that it's also a revenue generating contract. It has a minimum guaranteed amount of $115,100 annually from advertising on the vehicles.
This is very different than what I was hearing. Freebie did participate in a solicitation. I was under the impression that they did not. And then, secondly, you're getting additional dollars that Freebie has not provided. So I'm good to go on this one.
And Commissioner Carollo, just not to interrupt you, but also the contract that we accessed from the City of Sunrise for Freebie was also a piggyback. So it was also competitively solicited.
That I understand. But look,
but on this one, it was only 2. It was Freebie and Circuit
whether
competing.
we could have other difference, if you're providing something that was done right and you're bringing dollars to the city, whether it's your district or anywhere else, still the city, I have no problem. You'll have my support.
And thank you for explaining, because I also wanted people to understand that is not a no bid when you're piggybacking.
No, it's not. It's perfectly allowable through the procurement
but the
code.
impression that was given was precisely that. And I'm glad that this was brought out. Transparency, let me use the word again, so that people know why we're voting for something. Okay. I make the motion.
I have a motion And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Rosado? Motion carries unanimously. Gentlemen, for the resolutions, the RE items, are there any items that you would like to pull for discussion? Commissioner Rosado? RE. Yes, I'd ask Commissioner Rosado.
RE5.
RE5. RE11 has been withdrawn.
Yeah.
The same freebie?
Same.
Okay, so we just have to,
We talked about it.
all right. But didn't we vote on it before, or?
We did, but it's a different piece of it. The first,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so no problem with RE 18. I'd like to pull out RE 15, 16, and 17. And if I could just get a clarification on RE 14. If I could get that now so that we could leave it on, Chairwoman, this will be quick.
Let me see if
Okay.
the others have any items that they want to pull. And then we'll go back to that. Commissioner Pardo?
RE19.
RE19. Commissioner Cabela?
No, I was going to say 19, but he said it for me. so-
Okay.
so we're good.
If someone can step to the podium for RE14, quick question.
Yeah.
I can try and answer. It was sponsored by, I think, the mayor.
Yeah, the mayor is fine. It's a good program. I saw it one time. I'm just questioning how many days is the extension being asked for?
Yeah, the extension goes from May 22nd, which is when this item was going to be heard originally,
Right.
through December 31st, 2025, to the end of the year.
And just so you know, this was the same item that we brought back in the other time.
Right.
Okay.
I understand. So it's up until the end of the year.
To the end of the year,
Okay,
yes.
so I want to get a time certain in here, and that's fine. All right, we can put it back on.
Okay. So may I have a motion for RE1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 18, 20, 21, 22.
22 was withdrawn.
No, was it? Oh, 22 and 23 are withdrawn?
Not 23, but 22, I think.
Both are withdrawn.
Both are withdrawn.
Both are withdrawn, okay.
Yeah, 22 and 23.
Right.
And the city attorney, the city clerk has a statement to make on some of the items?
And Chair, may I include RE 24 and 25 in the block vote?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
RE 24 and 25. Okay. Wait. We
Wait,
gotta,
wait, I'm sorry. You're going too fast.
No. He has a statement to make for
Oh.
the,
Thank you, Chair. For RE1, RE1 will be amended pursuant to a substitution memo dated June 16, 2025. For your information, I will be submitting the substitution memo into the public record as a backup document. I will also be submitting into the public record a separate memo dated June 6, 2025, containing the official results for the June 3, 2025 District 4 special election as a backup document. For RE18 will be amended pursuant to a substitution memo dated June 16, 2025. RE24 will be amended pursuant to a substitution memo dated June 17, 2025. RE25 will be amended pursuant to a substitution memo dated June 16, 2025 that was distributed on June 17, 2025 at 8:07 a.m. Thank you, Chair.
okay, so I have a motion and a second for RE1, RE2, RE3, RE4, RE6, RE7, RE8, RE9, RE10, RE12, RE13, RE14, RE18, RE20, RE21, RE24, and 25. All in favor?
Is there a motion? I'm sorry, I didn't capture it. My apologies.
What about 23?
It's been
Withdrawn.
We're doing a block vote?
Yes, it was withdrawn. 22 and 23 was withdrawn.
Oh, yes, yes.
I have a motion.
So moved. Second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Items carry unanimously. RE5 was pulled for discussion. Who would like to start? Me. I am not in favor. I am an immigrant. I have been watching what is happening. I have been very vocal about this with our department, our police department. I am concerned. It is the responsibility of the Miami-Dade County Sheriff's Department. It is not the responsibility of our police department, and I do not believe that we should voluntarily enter into this agreement. I understand that our president is reconsidering this action. He has watered it down a bit, and there is litigation until and unless we are mandated to take such an action. I do not support this. Now, I have not publicly stated this because I do not give interviews about items that are going to come before the commission before it comes. I believe that that is just a way to circumvent the sunshine that we are held to. That's why I haven't given an interview to the Miami Herald. I haven't given any interviews to anyone else. I believe that the first time my colleagues should hear how I feel about an item is when I'm with my colleagues. But I am completely against this. There were so many thoughtful comments today. Illegal alien, daughter of immigrants, immigrant. My parents came here from Guyana when I was a child. This is my home, and I feel the pain of our country. I feel the pain of my residents, afraid to leave their homes, afraid to get medical attention for their children. And I don't want to be a part of that. I think we are on the wrong side if we enter into this agreement. And again, until or unless we are mandated to do it, we're not breaking any laws by not entering into this agreement. It's voluntary, and I do not volunteer. Anyone else? Commissioner Pardo?
Madam Chair, I will join you on that opinion. You know, Miami is absolutely a city made up by immigrants. I remember a time in this city when my mother and my grandmother were talking in Spanish, and a cashier yelled out, you know, speak English. This is America. It's a very different climate in this city, and I don't want to see us go back to that kind of climate. And regardless of what this policy may or may not do, the legality of it, whether it's fully legal or not legal or objectionable, put all of that aside. It sets the wrong climate for our city. We are a city that when we're facing trouble in our city, we rely on our neighbors, Latin America, the Caribbean, and Europe, to sustain us economically. They come here, they buy real estate, they go shopping, they help all of us. So this is not our brand. This is not our city. It's, you know, oil and water as far as I'm concerned. And if there's any reluctance at all, at a minimum, I would hope that we would just withdraw this. But my vote would be a no.
Commissioner Rosado?
I have questions for the city attorney, and I have questions for the police chief, because there's been a lot of discussion, and I think it would be worthwhile to have some clarity on what the item entails, what are consequences if we were to not enter into the agreement, and what are ways that if we did enter into the agreement, what are ways to mitigate negative consequences that have been brought up today?
So, good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. The reason this resolution is before you and how we got there. Here, it has not been an easy journey. It's taken a lot of communication, collaboration, and discussion with the city attorney and their legal team. And we believe that Florida State Statute 908 requires us to do certain things that we're unable to do if we do not proceed ahead with 287G. So for us, it appears to be a kind of catch-22. You must do these things. It doesn't explicitly say you must sign up for the 287G, but what it entails in that statute, it amounts to the powers that are given to under 287G. Now, there's certain, and Commissioner, you ask what would be the consequences, right? And I think that as you look at other municipalities that have wrestled with this topic as well, you have seen what the narrative is, especially in the state of Florida. So what happened with Sheriff Tony up in Broward County as he received a very stern letter from the Florida Attorney General. I know that there's some measures that took place in Fort Myers. I think our city attorney can give you a little bit more details of that, but there's definitely is a possibility or a very strong inference that if we do not enter into this agreement, there would certainly be some sort of repercussion, either against our elected body, to include removal, against the city, to include the removal of grants, both federal and state, which the police department alone gets in the neighborhood of $20 million a year, right? And listen, there is definitely a responsibility and a charge that I have been given, right? And it is to uphold the laws, both federal, state, and local. And that is my charge, is to bring you this item, and you have the very tough position of having to make a determination of which way the city goes. As far as if we enter into the agreement, right, the steps are we select personnel that will be assigned to a task force that will be trained after a vetting process by ICE administration. Those individuals would only be allowed to take any type of immigration enforcement while under the direct supervision of ICE, right? So they would be allowed to do whatever those ICE agents are allowed to do, get detainers, hold people, take them to a detention facility. Now, that will not be the entirety of the Miami Police Department. Our mission remains steadfast to protect the city of Miami and its residents. So I don't know if there's any additional questions, but this is why we stand here before you today.
I do have a question for the city attorney.
Yes, sir.
And that is that there is outstanding litigation, in this case from the city of South Miami, which is asking for declaratory action. Wouldn't it be best to wait for that decision to come down before entertaining a final vote on this?
I think it would be better than voting no. And what the chief touched on some topics, and let me just sort of explain per the statute what the issues are. The 287G agreements have existed for a long time, a very long time.
1996.
And they come to us out of 8 USC, 8 United States Code 1357, which allows ICE and the agency to enter into these agreements for local enforcement. That's really not the issue, and the issue hasn't been pushed back from the federals. It has been really the adoption of Chapter 908 Florida statutes, which created a new definition of sanctuary policy. It means a law, policy, practice, procedure, or custom adopted or allowed by a state entity or local government entity which prohibits or impedes a law enforcement agency from complying with 8 USC 1373, or which prohibits or impedes a law enforcement agency from communicating or cooperating with a federal immigration agency so as to limit such law enforcement agency in or prohibit the agency from, and then we skip down to D, participating in any program or agreement authorized under Section 287 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 USC 1357, as required by 908.11. So, all right, so the state says if you don't purposefully or you just simply allow no cooperation with the 287G, that you've sort of created a sanctuary policy. And they would argue that the statute, like the chief says, the statute doesn't necessarily directly say that you must enter into these agreements, but it implies it strongly. And then, so what happens if the state determines that you've shirked your responsibilities under this new statute 908? The enforcement remedies of the state are any executive or administrative state, county, or municipal officer who violates his or her duties under this chapter may be subject to action by the governor, including potential suspension from office in the exercise of his or her authority under the state constitution and state law. In addition, the Attorney General may file suit against a local government entity or local law enforcement agency for declaratory or injunctive relief for a violation of this chapter. If a local government entity or local law enforcement agency violates this chapter, the court must enjoin the unlawful sanctuary policy. So it's kind of difficult to understand how this would all play out because in its essence, 8 U.S.C. Code 1357 has a provision that says, nothing in this subsection shall be construed to require any state or political subdivision of a state to enter into an agreement with the Attorney General under this section. So the feds say it's a voluntary agreement. The state says it's not really voluntary. We want you to do it. And if you don't do it, there could be consequences. And they've actually, you've seen it in Fort Myers, for example. When Fort Myers, this issue came up, they had they were missing a commissioner. The vote went 2-2, so the motion to approve the 287G agreement failed. Then they got a letter from the governor's office, actually from the Attorney General, saying that we're really concerned about this, and we may take action against you. And then Fort Myers reconvened and adopted it. So the issues that really you're facing, and this is not meant to scare or threaten, I just wanted you to be aware of the consequences. In addition to the consequences, if the state reports the city to, say, the federal government and indicates that we're a sanctuary city, that could also impact the ability to receive grants. You know, the Edward J. Byrne grant, the JAG grants, millions of dollars of federal funding could just disappear. Other cities that have suffered that fate have gone to court and taken on the United States government, so that's always a possibility. And the other thing I would say is that there's a bunch of items pending in Tallahassee right now relating to those big checks that the representative always bring to you and say, look what we got for you in Tallahassee. The governor has a veto pen and could end up vetoing some of that. So those are potentialities for for voting no against this agreement. Now, there is another city that has said, hey, listen, we don't know what our rights are. It's kind of unclear. So they took on the state of Florida. They filed a lawsuit, and that is currently in the pleading stage. I spoke to one of their attorneys today, and he indicated that they were amending their complaint, and they hope to survive a motion to dismiss, and then perhaps we'll get some clarity on the law at that point. But I don't want you to think that there are no consequences for voting no. There could be real consequences for voting no. And so that's it in a nutshell. If you have any other questions, I can drill deeper into the agreement and to the law, but I just wanted to make you aware of that.
You want to go over that again, George?
You said Broward County got into some trouble. You said Broward, but he's the sheriff, correct? The sheriff department is required to. I don't see how Miami would be considered a sanctuary city because Miami-Dade County, which the city of Miami falls within, is participating in the 287G agreement. They are required to do that. So I don't think that you can...
To a certain degree, it's a subjective determination, right?
Because we, the Miami-Dade County,
yes,
are adhering to the 287G agreement, which means every municipality within the city, within Miami-Dade County, now falls under that agreement. Therefore, we cannot be considered a sanctuary city because we're not.
Well, so right. This 287G conversation started initially with jails that refuse to allow ICE agents to go in and enforce detainer agreements. So there's 3 different 287G agreements. There's one for sheriffs, and all 67 sheriffs have signed off on the 287G that applies to sheriffs, including the sheriff of Miami-Dade County. So technically, we're in compliance with federal law because nobody's ignoring the access to the detainees, et cetera. But just based on the statute, the governor could determine that we're a sanctuary city because you're impeding the police department from cooperating with ICE and going out and entering into a task force agreement. I did want to say, as far as the task force agreement, in reviewing it, the chief is correct that there's a provision of the task force agreement that says, number one, the officers have to be identified, they have to be vetted, and they have to go through training. And they also have to be directly supervised by an ICE agent when they're out enforcing the agreement. From my perspective as well, I was asked earlier about liability. What happens if we sign this agreement and our officers go out in a task force? There is some protection built in. I'll read 2 paragraphs. One says, except as otherwise listed in this MOA or allowed by federal law and to the extent required by the United States statute, the law enforcement agency will be responsible and bear the cost of participating LEA personnel regarding their property or personal expenses incurred by reason of death, injury, or incidents giving rise to liability. Participating personnel will be treated as federal employees for purposes of the Federal Tort Claims Act and also workers' compensation claims when performing a function on behalf of ICE as authorized by this MOA. In addition, it's the understanding of the parties to this MOA that participating law enforcement agency personnel performing a function on behalf of ICE authorized by this MOA will be considered acting under color of federal authority for purposes of determining liability and immunity from suit under federal or state law. So basically what the agreement does is it allows us to, if there is an incident involving one of our officers who is acting under color of federal law, they'll treat him sort of as a federal agent. However, typically you have to ask the Attorney General, you have to put them on notice of the claim and ask them to defend you. But so there are some sort of protections, but there is no indemnity clause or anything like that. There is a risk to participating in these agreements and from a liability perspective. But the main thing that I wanted to present to you was the application of Florida law and the potential for the governor saying that by your actions, you've created a sanctuary policy.
Do we have a sense of how many officers would be involved and what the impact would be on daily operations?
That would be a personal management perspective and decision that we'll make in determination with the administration. But just to give you a perspective, what the Madam Chair was speaking about, the sheriff has committed 100 of her sheriff's deputies, 50 from the patrol services and 50 from investigative services to serve under the 287G. I don't think that there's a need for such an elaborate assignment of personnel for the city of Miami. Knowing that we're a bustling city, kind of growing and meeting the other needs, I would say that 3 officers would suffice, 1 north, 1 central, 1 south, divided among the 3 shifts, A, B, and C, working in conjunction with the ICE task force. I think it will suffice, but that's something also that we'd have to discuss with the administration and obviously with the ICE leadership here.
So is this 3 officers at any one time, or we're talking about?
We'll say it was 3 that would be nominated, subject to their vetting, and trained subsequently, be assigned to that task force with ICE Immigration Services.
But Chief, I think what he's asking is per shift, correct? 3 officers total, but per shift, so there's more than 3 officers.
No, 3 officers total.
Total?
Yeah. One to represent each district of the city.
Yeah, and per the agreement, only those officers that have gone through the vetting and the training can participate. So if he designate 3, then only those 3. It's not like everybody else joins the task force.
Correct. The notion that the entire Miami Police Department would be deputized somehow and be able to go and knocking on doors and do a systematic check of people's immigration status is just not possible, and it's something that we wouldn't consider doing.
But if we're not a sanctuary city, like the chairwoman says, why do we have to? And I'm not saying, but I don't get it. I mean, if it's mandatory, why are we even voting on it? That's my question, right?
So well, the item's on your agenda, and the governor, through his task force, and there was a speaker who came up here earlier that indicated that if you go to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement website and you look up LEAD, there's a mechanism for citizens to report you all for not complying with the Florida statutes. And Trust But Verify, I took a look at the site, and indeed it exists there. And I've watched a couple of the committees of that the governor put together regarding immigration enforcement. And when this first started, you may recall, I think a local chief of police went on to a local television show and was explaining the whole thing, and almost sort of said that you have to do it. There was some confusion between, the state law says that sheriffs have to enter into these 287G agreements. There's nothing that you can overtly sense in the state law that says municipalities have to enter into these 287G agreements. But what I'm saying is there's a very strong implication in the law that if you don't enter into this agreement, it'll be perceived as hindering the police department from complying with 8 U.S.C. 1373, which is the 287G agreement. That's what Fort Myers did, and they got the letter saying, are you sure you want to do this? And then they...
But the chief of Fort Myers, our chief has said that he doesn't have a problem with it, the way I kind of read your letter, right? So who says we're not complying? I mean, the chief has not said to anybody, no, I'm not going to do this, right? So who's going to point the finger and say you're not complying? Look, my problem is I'm going to make it also. I can't be a hypocrite. Right. I came to this country when I was 6 years old, right, and I was lucky enough in the Liberty flights. Now I'm against illegal immigration. I think everybody is. And this got out of control during the Biden administration. That's partly why we're here. Now the problem that I'm seeing here is that they're also picking up people that are in the process right now. In other words, the Venezuelans that are under TPS, right? And here's the other thing. This is going to create a huge South Florida problem for the economy here in South Florida. Now, I'm not one that I want to go against the governor, if it's mandatory to do this, but I mean, I think that, let me ask you this, if we deferred in waiting for this case to, and also our president hinted Friday that he realized that this was bad for business, okay? And the agriculture, hotel, and other industries, he was not going to touch for the time being. So maybe we should wait for clarification. We're not saying that we're not going to do it. We're not saying that we're not complying. All we're saying is we're waiting for clarification.
Yeah. To answer your question, though, who will determine whether or not you're a sanctuary city or we have a sanctuary policy? It'll be the Florida Attorney General that will make that determination. And, as I said...
I wrote one letter. I don't know if I'm going to get the reply to this. I said earlier, if the choice is to vote no or to defer, I would recommend a deferral so we wait out the litigation.
Do I have a motion to defer?
Yeah, I'm going to motion to defer, or I'll second, but I just wanted to, I am with the United States government and the Florida government on the illegal, situation that we have had on our borders. I'm all for that, but what I don't want to see is people that have some status right now, that work in our hotel industry, that transportation. I mean, the whole gamut, really. Restaurant. I went to a restaurant the other day, and it was a long wait. And I asked the owner what happened. He says, "I got no workers. Everybody's scared to come. They don't want to come. So I'm out of workers. So this is the reality. My pool man, he's a Venezuelan, by the way. I told my wife we might lose him. You know what I mean? This is the reality of the situation that we face here. But we also don't want to go, against the federal government, and we don't want to go against the governor, right? That's not what we're saying. So I think, for me, I think the deferral is the best way to get some clarification and let the president also say what he's finally going to do and maybe take it from there. That's me.
I just wanted to suggest an indefinite deferral. City Attorney, I don't know if you think that works better just in terms of timing.
Yeah, this case is not on a fast track by any stretch of the imagination, so that gives us, time basically. So
by the way, Wesley, I'm sorry to interrupt again. Chief, will this hamper your efforts at all of complying?
So, Commissioner, currently right now, we do assist any federal partner that calls for us in a sense of officer safety. So it won't stop what we're doing now. And to give you an example, there's 700,000 detainers that were put into the FCIC and CIC, the National Search System. If our officers come across one of those, we can no longer hold the individuals past the time that it would normally take to do a traffic stop. So our process right now is, at that time, to contact either the ICE hotline, or one of the county individuals once they get deputized into this agreement, and ask for them to respond to address that detainer. We cannot enforce that, right? So we will continue that policy now.
The other problem that I have deeply is the people that have been persecuted in Venezuela, in Cuba, in Haiti, and other parts of the world that are dictatorial in nature. And these people are here now, and those people that really have legitimate concerns might be sent back. One of our congressmen this morning, I think I read it was Mario Ballard, wrote a letter to the Secretary of Homeland, Kristi Noem, that there was a prisoner going back to, I think it was Venezuela, if I remember correctly, and also one to Cuba. And we're concerned about that because, you're talking now about not just going back to a country that the economy's in, poor condition, that it's a dictatorship, no freedom, nothing. We're talking about these people might be tortured, okay? Going back to those countries, that's one of the first reasons that they came to this country. And I'm going to quote my friend Manolo Reyes, the former commissioner, and I think he said here one time where he said to me, if I make a decision that nobody likes, I'm going to leave with my head high. But at least I would have done the right thing. And I in good conscience cannot, and again, we're not doing this to go against the federal government. I don't think that's what we're saying here. I think my colleagues agree that that's not what we're doing. I think we're being prudent in waiting to see clarification from the President of the United States, Donald Trump, what is the clarity of this? Which way are we going to approach? And then leave it to that point and then make a decision after we get a more concrete decision.
And I don't think any of my colleagues are saying that by taking this action, we are a sanctuary city. We are not. We are not a sanctuary city, and Miami-Dade County ensures that we are not. Like my colleague said, we're not trying to break the law. We're not trying to break the law. But this city of Miami, all of us are immigrants. Everybody sitting on this dais is an immigrant. And, this is particularly troubling. And I don't have an issue with deferring it until we get clarity, because it is my understanding that it's voluntary. If I'm wrong, that's a different story. So until we get clarity, I would support deferring it, but I have to hear from my colleagues to my right.
Thank you, Chair. As you all heard from a couple of people that spoke earlier, I came to America when I was 6. I was put in a plane by myself the first time I ever had flown an airplane. And I said I was put in a plane for the first time I ever had flown in a plane in my life. and I was alone. Imagine at 6 years old, you're alone. I left my mother crying and crying. That's what I remember. Through a glass partition. My father holding her. I had a small suitcase in one hand and a little bag with soldiers in the other. And while in the plane, a short flight that seemed forever to me, I kept trying to not forget a message that my father had given me for someone that was meeting me in the airport that worked for one of our intelligence agencies here. I was one of the lucky ones, and Pedro Pan, of slightly over 14,000, that 6 months later I was able to reunite with my parents. Many were not so lucky. Others took years. They went through a lot of trauma and hurt. I remember the first night that I was brought to sleep. It was in Kendall. And when you're a kid, everything seems bigger, so maybe it wasn't as big as it seemed to me then, but it just seemed to be a very big place. And it was full of Army cots. And kids were all sleeping there. I was the youngest. 2 weeks later, they sent me to Florida City where there were group homes. It was in a circle, and there were group homes, regular houses with house parents. That they had 10, 12 of us with each house parent, a couple. I was in such shock that I had not gone to the restroom for the first 2 weeks. And when I finally went to the restroom, my stomach hurt so much. But I was lucky because the house parents knew my aunt from Cuba. My aunt was a nun. And the lady's sister was also a nun with her in the same convent. So they had that closeness already with my family. And since I was 6, they took a liking to me and kind of the motherly, fatherly protection of a young one. I'll share something with you all here that I never talked about before. My visa waiver was legit. I mean, I came legally. My father and my uncle, who was also my godfather, were involved in creating a lot of fraudulent visas, together with one agency from here to make sure that a lot of kids could get out of Cuba. So many that came then that thought they came legally, it was a fraudulent visa waiver. They gave me one of the legit ones. It was my father and uncle that were putting that together. I remember the early years as new immigrants. When my parents came in, we lived here for only a couple of months. I remember going to the elementary school there by my district now. And then we moved to Chicago where the jobs were at. And I grew up in an America that your word meant more than signing 20 contracts. I enjoyed my childhood in Chicago. I have to say that. And I learned a lot about America that to today I carry with me. The proudness, the great country that this is. I still remember as a young boy in Chicago when John F. Kennedy was killed. I remember that day vividly in my mind. I also can tell you that throughout the years, I have done more for new immigrants to help them in this city, I'll match my record with anybody's. Not just from Cuba, but I helped so many of them. Just last weekend, I ran into a couple of doctors. They came from Africa. And I was the first helping hand that did so much for them here. They still remember. I'd forgotten a lot. And moving forward, I mean, I remember the Maria boat lift. I had one of my little cousins that came there. I went all the way to Key West to be able to get her. And then moving forward, in the last 10, 15 years, I can tell you that I've done what I doubt that any of our speakers here today or anybody present here has done to help people looking for freedom be able to come to our country. I could tell you that in my home, I have had for months at a time Venezuelan families with little ones, the wives, military men, officers that provided a lot of information in the sensitive positions that they were in as to what was happening over there. Individuals that, if they would be sent back, they could not go back to Venezuela because it's directly to jail and being tortured or worse. One of them, and I could only say this now because his family's out of there, he's out of there. He was one of only seven in all of Venezuela that were trained in the Soviet Union with the missiles they have there, which they have the most advanced missiles in the Western Hemisphere after the United States. While in Moscow being trained, one of the group of seven that was with him was a Cuban, dressed up as a Venezuelan. He had a lot to say when we got him out. I've had others. In fact, when President Biden said that he would allow Venezuelans to apply to leave the country if individuals here would become responsible for them, I became responsible for one family because I owed IOUs to people there that we had gotten out but still had family left behind to help them get out. The Venezuelan government has priced me and their intelligence service files as being a terrorist and accused me of trying to have been a mastermind to have tried to kill former President Chavez and the narco dictator that we have there. All lies, but nevertheless, it's there, and if they could grab me in one of their friendly countries, I have a one-way ticket over there, not to come back. So, having said that I've done for immigrants and sacrifice what few people that have come here and talked have done. So I understand their plight. I will tell you that one of the military officers that I helped come here, he's been waiting for 10 years on his asylum papers. 10 years for a political asylum. It's crazy. The kids have grown up here. They're part of us. He's bought a house. He works here. They're going to send this guy back now? It's very difficult. It's very difficult to comprehend that. And somehow I feel that there has to be a balance of how things are going to be done. But I also know the dangers that our country faces. The immigration that has come to our country in past years with open borders in a way that few countries would allow, if any. It's not been just from our neighbors. It's been from all over the world. We have 100,000 Chinese from communist China that have come here, all military age. Are they here for freedom, or some of them here for something else? I don't know. We have people from every country in the world that have come to our country. I remember before President Biden came in to power, that we were told that there was only 11 million new immigrants. And no one believed that. We knew there were more than 11 million. Then when President Biden finished his term, we were told that during that time that we had open borders, that there were another 11 million. And we all know that more than 11 million came. Those were the ones that we caught. How many were not caught? So it's 22 million for sure. And the number is probably closer to 30 million, a little less, a little more. What is the number of new immigrants that we need in our country for all the jobs that we need here? I don't know what the number is. Do we need another 30 million to come to the borders? Do we need another 50 million, another 11 million? I don't know. But the bottom line is that whoever was responsible for a lot of this, and I think is throughout the years, is everyone in Washington, because we haven't had a clear dictate from Washington. We're facing the situation today in every American city, in particularly frontline cities like Miami. It's not a happy situation, and I will tell you that I will say this to whoever I have to, including President Trump, which he knows. The majority of the people that have come in are good people. They come in looking for freedom or a better life for their families or both. I've never understood why we sent all our factories and gave China every deal in the world so that they could become the power they are today, threatening our liberties. And we didn't send those companies to Latin America, to Central America. I guarantee you that that would have changed so many people's lives, and we would have so many millions less people that would wanted to have left their country. People have left their countries either because of the need to better their lives and their children's lives, because they can't live in their own countries, or because their countries have been taken over by tyrants that have bankrupted them and have taken all their freedoms. And that's another area that we have to look at in this country. We have the Monroe Doctrine that we've ignored. How can we let a Maduro be in our hemisphere? How can we let an Ortega be there? Or the situation go on and on inside Cuba? So I'm going to politely disagree with my colleagues on deferment. I think we have to finally take this head on, but I respect all of your opinions. I don't think there's anybody here that's right, that's wrong. I think in one way or another, we probably all feel the same. certainly when I see some of these young kids that have lived here for years, that love our way of life, it hurts because I brought some of them in my own home. They slept in my house. They lived with me. So this is not an easy decision for me at all. But I've also heard what our police chief, what our attorney have said, and each of us is going to have to vote our conscience. But I would respectfully not be voting for a deferment. I think we have to deal with this one way or another, but I respect the will of the majority.
So you want to make a motion then, other than the deferral?
I will, you have a motion.
We have a motion for deferral. Commissioner Rosado, would you like to make any?
I share the same concerns that everyone has enunciated in great detail. I have a tremendous amount of faith in our police department. I feel comfortable with the fact that it is much more limited in scope and scale than I think has been believed to be the case. I also take very seriously the fact that it seems like on an annual basis we are at risk of losing approximately $20 million and perhaps as much as $8 million more immediately at the state level. I will not be supporting an indefinite deferral, but I respect the opinions of those that feel that that would be the right course of action.
By the way, for the record, mine was not a definite deferral, but you know what? I will be joining you. If you're ready for a motion to do the other way around, I will be joining you in light of the situation that has just been explained.
You want to withdraw your motion, Commissioner?
Yes, in light that you want an indefinite deferral, I don't want to do an indefinite deferral. I withdraw my motion. Okay.
I'll be happy with any deferral, but just to clarify.
So do I have a motion?
I will provide a motion to approve RE5 based on everything that I have heard from our police chief, from our city attorney, on the law and on the scope of what we have done and what we're going to be doing.
Do I have a second?
Second. And if I could add one more thing. It's something I said on the campaign trail, and it's something that I said over a number of years. Miami is in a very special position in this country, not just geographically, but from a position of leadership. And I think we should be the model for how to accept this requirement, or next to requirement as it is. And we should lead the way, and other cities should follow our lead so that everybody is treated as humanely as possible. I think we have that responsibility. We owe it to the hundreds of people that have reached out to us. And I think that's how we should move forward.
Commissioner Pardo?
I would just add, and the reason that I was in favor of a deferral, withdrawal, anything other than this vote is because, unfortunately, while I also have faith in our police, this also creates a climate that is doesn't work for our city in many ways, not economically, not as a place that's welcoming to the world. It's welcoming, to all the regions, and it helps sustain our economy and our neighborhoods. So I would rather see us, since there is a pending court case and it could steer us in a different direction, I would rather see us wait for a resolution from that court case than to move forward and then have our city join this kind of climate that isn't acceptable to me.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
No.
Motion carries.
And just for the record, 3-2 with Chair
3-2.
King and Commissioner Pardo voting no.
We have RE 15 that was pulled for discussion.
Commissioner, Chairwoman, should I say, can we go to the main items that we have in the agenda today and then leave some of these that are lesser for the end? We have some key items here that we need to deal with that have been the main items that have been discussed by many today, and I'll be here until late, like most of you will.
You know, Commissioner, I can go ahead and defer these to the next meeting. It's not a real emergency, but I just wanted to touch base because you weren't here, Chairwoman. And the reason, without going into details, why I wanted to create this MOU, okay? Commissioner Carollo, about 3 years ago, created a resolution that the City of Miami Police Department, the chief or anybody, could not investigate us, the commissioners. And a situation transpired where the commissioner from District 3 did not like a report that I gave on the Bayfront Trust. And as a consequence of that, he instructed his chief of staff to go after me with code enforcement when I have provided proof to the city attorney and to others that I have 0 violations on all my properties. And just because of this fact, and I'm doing this as politely as I can, without, you know, a shouting match or any of this thing. Okay, I think that if it's like now, I say to you, I don't like something that you vote on, Madam Chair. You report, and I say to Art, would you please go investigate the chairwoman because I think she's got some stuff in her properties, you know, and of course this has happened before with the same gentleman in question. And so my 3 properties, there was an order given to the city manager. The city manager calls me and tells me that he's got to investigate my properties. And I said, what are you talking about? He goes, yeah, because Commissioner Carrillo complained that you have violations on your property. And I went ahead and I instructed my staff to go to the MRC. I also called Georgia Wysong, and I said, I want to give evidence that I have 0 violations in my properties, okay, any of my properties, okay, at this time. And he spoke about fast boats in the back of my property, that there was a limit on how much I can have. And I responded that, you know, number 1, I don't think he knows, but number 2, you know, this isn't right that, you know, I say now, I don't like something that Commissioner Rosado does, and I, you know, tell Art, oh, you know what, I want you to go investigate, you know, I mean, and he, on the radio, unfortunately admitted that he had done it because of the report that I had given on on what I found to the Bayfront Trust. So in other words, there's no merit really why he gave this order to our city manager. And what I'm doing with this is saying, you know what, in the future, let's not do this. If he has a problem and he thinks I'm doing something that shouldn't be, let's take it to a third party and let that third party, you know, do its investigation. I'm fine with that. But I'm not fine with, you know, what has happened here in the past, that's why we now have lawsuits. I'm not fine by somebody going out on a law-abiding citizen, which, you know, that I know I pay my taxes. I pay my taxes on time. You can go check me out in Miami-Dade County, okay? You can do all this, and you'll see that I have no problems, but yet he wanted to make something out of it. Now, what I found out, and I don't want to get into this either, but, you know, I got to say it, what I found since he threw a stone, you know, when he has a glass ceiling, that he had violations, prior violations, and his reads like a redacted CRA document where everything, it says here exempt from public disclosure. In other words, you can't see any of the stuff that he has. I don't care what he has, to be honest with you, but that's not my point, because I'm not like that. I'm not petty that because I don't like something that, you know, your opinion or whatever, or you didn't vote for something, whatever it is, I'm going to go after you. Art, let me ask you a question. Has there ever been a time that I've said to you, I want you, this political retribution, that you felt that I was asking you to commit political retribution on any of my colleagues or anybody at all?
I mean, you never filed a complaint in any way, shape, or form against anybody else. I mean, in terms of your, you know, any request or direction.
Right. I mean, my nature is not that. My nature is not that, okay? And when you called me, and by the way, you didn't tell me till the day after, you know, because he filed the complaint at 12-something, 15 minutes before I was to start the Bayfront Trust meeting. I didn't get notified what he was doing till the day after. I guess you had a dilemma. You know, I understand that, you know, you're between a rock and a hard place, but the point is, this shouldn't be used. This shouldn't be allowed, okay, in city government where we weaponize, you know, the government against ourselves is what I'm trying. And I would simply forget about the subject. Very simple. Let's create an MOU like he did with the police department years prior, saying that, you know what, you got a problem, take it to the county, and the county can refer a third party, FDLE, whatever. This is, by the way, it's a non-criminal thing. But anyway, I think I proved more than sufficient that I don't have problems in my properties. I gave this as evidence about a week ago, okay, and I also submitted his stuff, you know. And then the other thing is, you know, I don't think, okay, that because I have to report as my due diligence that I should be paying the price again for something, okay, that I'm simply report, because what we're talking about, two different items here. He is mad because I reported on the Bayfront Trust, which is a public entity with public dollars, taxpayer dollars. My properties, okay, is private property, okay? As long as I pay my properties and I maintain my stuff and I don't have any violations, okay, I don't see, you know, the correlation here other than that he is trying to commit political retribution against me because he didn't like something that I reported. Plain and simple, it's here. And he's done this before. So anyway, if anybody would like to take up this resolution, okay, so this doesn't happen again, okay, that we can't do this to each other, I'd be happy to take it. And let me just say of RE16, which I know he's going to talk about, that I'm subpoenaing his District 3 Chief of Staff. Now, I mean no harm to your Chief of Staff, Commissioner Carrillo, okay? But after all, you did do it through him. And I just want to ask him, has he been to my house? Did he have permission to go in my house? What did he see in my house? Okay, that's what I want to ask him. I don't want to dress down the man. I don't want to insult him. I don't want to, badmouth him. But after all, I need to identify who's the complainant. Is it him or is it you? Because you're not supposed to give the city manager a direct order. And what you did was you circumvented the system and you used him as a conduit. And that's the reason, Madam Chair, that I'm doing the R16, which is a subpoena. But you know what? If you guys don't want to take that up today, the subpoena can be done another day. That's not an emergency thing for me. So, and the resolution was so this never happens again, that we can't do this to each other. It's not correct. It's not professional. And I agree with him. When he went to the City of Miami Police Department about 3 or 4 years ago, and he said, and he created an ordinance and said the police department, the chief, cannot investigate us, the commissioners. Okay, I think he's right. Okay, it should be done to a third party. It should be done to FDLE. In other words, a report can be made, and FDLE or somebody else, any other entity, can follow through. And this is the same thing that I'm doing here. So our code enforcement, okay, cannot be weaponized against any of the commissioners here. That's all. Okay. I leave it there.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, I want to clarify a couple things so that we're crystal clear on kind of what has transpired or has not transpired. The complaint came from Commissioner Croyles himself, basically, right?
Not basically.
No, it did. But I mean, there's an implication that because his chief of staff sent the email, he was clear it was from him. Okay.
Okay. So then, you know what? With I don't have to then. If he admits it, then I don't have to. Let's save the time, and I don't have to because I want to establish.
Let me finish because I think it's important to say this. Okay. I've been in this job a little over 5 years, and I can say without question, without a shadow of a doubt, Commissioner Carrillo has never given me a direct order to do anything, right? He's very respectful of the charter. He has always been. He had every right to file this complaint. The code allows for it. By the way, he put his name to it. He didn't hide behind anyone else. He didn't do it anonymously. And in reality, I have an obligation to comply with the complaint
Are
filing.
you in a lawsuit right now because of this same thing? Are you not in a lawsuit on him because of this same behavior right now? Right now, the city of Miami is facing millions of dollars because of what he did to other people, which is now he's doing to me. And I'm surprised. I'm surprised that you yourself, okay, do not realize what's going on here.
No,
and
no,
you
no.
tell me.
I'm just.
Okay,
you gotta let me finish, because all I'm doing is stating the facts, right? I'm just trying to be clear so that everybody understands kind of what the other situation you're referring to relative to the litigation. In all fairness, I'm a party to that litigation, and quite frankly, by the way, I think we had merit in what we did. Absolutely, I will go into that rabbit hole 100 times out of 100. Okay?
I believe the city attorney wants to say to you that we are not to discuss this case.
So
That's
you feel
in
comfortable?
litigation, so we can't discuss the
Okay,
case.
no, I'm not, okay, I'm okay. Scratch the case.
we
So,
can't
so
discuss
Art,
the
you
case.
feel comfortable? No, you feel comfortable going to my house because he told you that I have violations of my. You feel comfortable?
Commissioner,
I'm going to get there.
Commissioner,
I'm gonna
that's
get
not
there,
what he was
okay?
saying. That's not what he was saying. And if the city attorney can
No, but I'm
chime-
asking the question.
No, if the city attorney can chime in on receipt of a complaint, irrespective of where and who files the complaint, the manager is obligated to do what?
So the issue is a complaint came in. It's an allegation. That's all it is. It's not a violation, it's an allegation. So the city manager received the allegation, and he can't just ignore allegations of code enforcement violations, whether he wants to or not. And I credit him for sort of striking the hornet's nest by actually reaching out to the commissioner to let him know that an allegation had been filed against his property, but the manager was in a tough spot, and that once an allegation comes in, he has to, it's his duty under the code.
And did I
to
not submit
investigate.
evidence that I have 0 violations about a week ago? Did you not give me that information also? Did I not submit that evidence? Is that into evidence now?
So the issue is right now we've got an allegation that's pending.
Right.
Typically when
So you made an allegation, and I responded. I said, here it is. Right. Here's the records for my property. What do you see there?
Right. So typically when a code enforcement allegation occurs, an inspector goes out to verify whether or not there is a violation. We don't know if there's a violation on your property or not officially, because it's never been inspected by a code inspector.
But why does it have to be inspected? Why does it have to be inspected? Am I a criminal here?
That's how.
Why don't we inspect your house? Why don't we inspect your house, Art?
Commissioner.
No, but come on. Come on. You guys wouldn't like this to be done to you. Rosado wouldn't like
but
it. You wouldn't like
we
it.
don't
Come
have
on.
control over that.
Okay.
If a citizen files a complaint on any of us, and neighbors file complaints against their neighbors, the code department is obligated by law to follow up with all complaints, irrespective of who, faceless,
Got it.
nameless,
I can't believe that you guys are going to cover this up. I just can't believe it.
we're not covering anything up. They're just explaining to you the process. It's not it's not
okay,
the process
you're right.
against
You're
you.
right.
It's the process
you're right.
against everyone.
You're right. So Art, right now, am I committing anything wrong by telling you right now here in front of these people that I want you to investigate his house, because I believe his house has violations from the future, which I got it right here, because I got his violations. His violations are here. Mine are 0. Can I do that? Am I violating anything right now by me telling you that?
Well, it depends on if
No?
you want
Okay.
us to pass
Then
your
take
legislation.
it as what he did. He said to you, take the same thing, and I want his house also, because you're telling me he did everything by the book, right? And I just asked you, if I tell you this, am I doing something wrong? So if I'm not, Art, now I'm telling you that I suspect, because of this book here, where, ladies and gentlemen, he blacked it out. Nobody knows what's going on here, okay? If there's a cover-up, I want him now investigated. Is that going to happen, Art? Are you going to investigate him?
Commissioner.
No. I want to know. I
I'm
want to
just
know.
saying Commissioner Rosado wants to make a statement. Commissioner Rosado?
I do. I've been on the administrative side of these kinds of things, and it's very sensitive when elected officials are involved and there's any sort of code allegation. I support directing the manager to create an MOU so that we send these things out to avoid these kinds of challenging situations.
To avoid any conflict of interest. That's what I said. That's what I wanted to do. Go ahead and investigate me. But it ain't going to be his code enforcement like what happened to other people. That's not what's going to happen. I'm not stupid. they're going to go over there and they're going to invent something, okay? Because that's what's happened in the past. It's been allocated. Your opinion is not that, and his is something else, but that's okay. And what I'm saying to you guys, you want to investigate me? Go ahead and investigate me, okay? Go ahead and do it. But you know what? Do it to a third party. That's all I said, Art. That's all I said.
But if you had let me finish from the very beginning, and I would have gotten down to the end result was, I absolutely concur it should be an independent entity, whatever that may be. The resolution as proposed, right, which gives direction to the administration to find another intergovernmental or municipal entity, that's going to be, I said it when we did the briefings, that may be very difficult to do because everybody that we've reached out to, right, has had an unwillingness to participate. There is another alternative, right, which is a private entity, right? There are companies that have filled in for cities from a code enforcement perspective. They send their employees out, so they're independent of the city. So it's not a city employee that's going out there. They do all the services of a code enforcement inspection, right, based on our code, and they report back. That would be a reasonable, right, amendment to the resolution. I think will give us a little more flexibility because I just don't think we're going to find another municipal entity that's willing to do it.
So the amendment would be and/or. Either an intergovernmental
Correct.
agency or a private entity.
Right, I understand. But here's the thing, if you're in my shoes, okay, here's the thing. Okay, I suspect, you have a different opinion, but I suspect, okay, that I'm being targeted. And I've got a pretty good, you know, and you guys know why, I'm not going to get into it. I suspect that I'm being targeted, and I will not let myself put into that position because I don't know who has that's why I wanted the county to do it. Okay, why? Because you got 13 commissioners. It's very hard for somebody to know somebody and then do the unthinkable. Okay, I don't understand. Okay, why? If I have given you already, okay, and I said to you, okay, fine, here is my violation, right? I have 0, but he has a lot. I don't understand why now you got to go to my property or anybody. Okay, like if I'm a delinquent, okay, like if I'm a delinquent and I did something. Okay, which I'm not. And in light of what has transpired here in the past, in the millions of dollars, just because of this, because of the same thing that's happening here, you guys cannot, the sun is out. You cannot cover the sun with one finger, my friend. This has already happened. We're in litigation now. In fact, today, we were having a shea meeting just because of this. Just because of this. Okay, and you mean to tell me that, he's got good reasons, Carlos. He's got good reasons to do this to me. But Madam Chair, come on. Put yourself in my position.
I am, but I'm just cautioning you because Kevin got back up. He really wants us to not discuss litigation. You can say anything else.
Yeah, of course. He wants me to be quiet because Kevin's house is not being investigated.
No,
Kevin's house is not being investigated.
He just doesn't want you to discuss litigation that the city is in.
No, but I'm not going into discussion of what the details are. I said what's truth and what you can't cover. The sun's out. Everybody knows what's happened here. Everybody knows what's going on. And I'm not saying anything new. Nothing's being learned here new. Okay, so if you're in my shoes again, okay, you got to think. Okay, you got to think that, he's got the best intentions for me. He knows. And here's the funny part. He's been to my house. He had dinner in my house in 2019, okay? In 2019, he and his wife, Marjorie, came over to my house because he was thinking of supporting me that year, okay? Why didn't he say anything then, okay? Why now, when he admitted on the radio that the reason he was doing that, and you should take this to note, Art, because he admitted on the radio, and we got the recording, that the reason he was doing that, okay, this is because he didn't because I had political retribution against repudiación, is what he said on the radio, meaning that he's telling you why he did it. There's no merit to what he's talking about. He just told you we have that recording.
How about me then?
I'd like to...
Hold on. We let you speak.
Let's move to vote.
No. I'm saying
I'd like to call the question.
You were saying
call the question.
We let you speak when you're speaking because he says the same thing. How long? So I let you speak and I don't interrupt. So I'm going to let him speak and I don't interrupt. And I'm not saying how long. No, I'm not doing that to any one of you. But we have to be fair. We can't say to each other how long when it's you or him or what
I'm
have
making
you.
an accusation
No,
on him. I'm setting code over there.
I'm siding with you, sir. Commissioner Rosado, do you want to say something else?
I'd like to call the question.
Call the question.
Commissioner Carollo wants to say something.
I have been accused by Mr. Gavela on one thing after another here, and so has my staff been accused wrongly. I purposely had asked Chair to leave these items towards the end
Kind of just
so
fell
that we
into.
could deal with the important part of the meetings, not all this other smoke and mirrors, but...
That you started.
Listen, I didn't interrupt you, sir. I kept my mouth shut as much as I wanted to say something at different times. So I politely ask you to let me speak. The history of this city has been, recent history, 3 commissioners that complaints were filed, not even filed at the time, just people calling in, have had code sent to their homes. Commissioner Sarno, Commissioner Diaz-Lepertia in his home, and yours truly. When your friends say you're defending him, called anonymously that I was doing construction when there was no construction whatsoever, and every neighbor around me stated so. The city manager sent someone to verify that and looked. When the report was there was no construction or anything else, someone told the city manager to go after me. And the city manager, the code that you say that I control, that I don't control anybody there, on the contrary, the city manager at the time, that I found out months later because someone talked finally, they didn't even know that they had gone to my house. The city manager assigned the lady that's in charge of the trees to lead a task force to my house to find anything that they possibly could. And what they found out was that there was a carport that didn't have permits, built before I bought the house. There were carports there, built before I bought the house. There was a small roof deck that wasn't permitted. And that was also there when I bought my property, both of them. Yes, I did put a 2-foot trellis in my fence. I didn't think that I had to get a permit for that because it didn't meet the threshold of $500, but I was told that I needed a permit. Well, I didn't complain. I took everything down, and then inspectors were sent again to verify that I had complied. And I didn't ask for all this. Now, the difference of what was approved by this commission in the past with the police to code enforcement is night and day. You're not comparing apples to apples, oranges to oranges. When the police investigate, these are criminal, potentially criminal investigations. That's why this commission's policy was for it to be sent outside. Code is different, it's civil. And most of the time, you could see clearly what's there. Now, Mr. Ortiz, at the risk of getting subpoena on this here too, can you show what we sent the manager or what we have? Okay? This is the river inlet.
It's a shame I didn't bring pictures of your violations because I have pictures of your violations. But you see where he's going with this? There he goes again.
This is the proof.
What proof, my friend? What proof? You're crazy is what you are, man. You're crazy.
Wait.
You're crazy.
Sir, I'm going to cut off the mics. I'm going to cut off the mics. Let me speak.
All right, I want to put a picture on. I want to put a picture on.
Is this a regurgitation of a special commission meeting that Commissioner Pardo chaired? If it is, I'm going to stop it right now.
Okay.
I'm going to stop it right now because
hold on.
we have so much work to do.
Yeah, but
we have so much
He
work to do.
just called
I
me a
understand-
liar.
No, I called you the truth.
No,
Compliance.
he
So we
did-
cannot
he
present
did-
our
he-
side?
he did
Of
not-
course he did.
How many times are you going to present
Oh
my map of my
listen,
house,
listen.
violating my family's right
What
to
privacy?
privacy? Have I said your address
That's a
here on public?
violation there, sir. That you
How about
wanna
you?
hide.
How come
Can
I
you
can't
put
see
the
yours?
other-
meeting is
How come I
in
can't see
recess.
yours?
Cars.
Out of my
At this time, we are going to call the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting to order. Todd, did you flip the tape already? Oh, wait, so I have to call it to order again? Okay.
He may put some jack in there for you minutes. Yes, sir. For number 3.
We might get another one. Is the tape ready? Hold on.
Okay.
Madam Chair, we are prepared to... Wait.
He hasn't flipped the tape yet.
Oh, okay.
Todd, are you ready? At this time, we are going to call to order the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting for June 17th, 2025. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to allow my Executive Director, James D. McQueen, to open the meeting.
Hello, Madam Chairperson. I'm going to turn it over to Attorney Brown so that he can read into the record our items, including the deferrals.
Madam Chair, there are minutes from the April 10th and April 24th meeting that needs to be approved. The first resolution is a resolution authorizing a grant in the amount not to exceed $75,000 to the Liberty City Trust for its 2025 Youth Employment Program. Item number 2 is a resolution approving with attachments the sole response from WLS, doing businesses NAI, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, in response to RFP 25-01 for property management services. Further authorizing executive director to execute a professional service agreement substantially in the form that's attached. Item number 3 is going to be deferred until the July 24th, 2025 meeting. Item number 4 is going to be deferred until the July 24th, 2025 meeting. Item number 5 is a resolution authorizing the executive director to negotiate a purchase sale agreement with Shirlene Ingram as trustee under the Shirlene Ingram Family Trust and JEJ Properties, Inc., collectively the sellers, for the property located at 936 Northwest 3rd Avenue and 950 Northwest 3rd Avenue, Miami, Florida, to develop properties to enhance the quality of life in the surrounding areas, and an amount not to be amended, that item to be amended in an amount not to exceed $3.5 million and or the appraised value. Those are our items, Madam Chair, for consideration.
At this time, I'm going to open the floor for public comment. If there's anyone here that would like to speak on any of the items that is before us, please step to the lecterns. Seeing none, public comment period is now closed. May I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Oh, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
It can carry 2-1.
Yes, it can. I know. Okay. Next item. I don't have.
The items that were read into the record, Madam Chair. The items that were read into the record.
Yeah, tell me the next one. Because 1, 2, and 5. May I have a motion for items 1, 2, and 5?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
With 5 as amended?
Yes,
With
sir.
5 as amended.
And items 3 and 4 are deferred to the July 24th, 2025 meeting.
I can't get a commissioner out here to get my 4/5. No? Negative?
Number 3.
Okay. Think I can wrangle one commissioner out here for a 4/5 vote? I have 4 now. We have a.
Can I ask the clerk, do we have to read the fourth item that we announced as deferred?
Do we? Yes.
So item number 3 was going to be deferred because it's a 4/5 item.
So we have to redo it. Did we defer it already?
There was no motion.
Okay.
It was
Okay.
Okay, so just read the 2 items that are 4/5 now.
It's only one item, Madam Chair.
Oh, the 1 item.
Okay. Item number 3, a resolution with attachments approving allocation of funds in the amount not to exceed $2.7 million. Continue program to complete the facade enhancement program for Colma Townhouse in the Northwest 3rd Avenue Commercial Corridor targeted zone, bringing the total project cost to $4 million. That's item number 3, a 4/5 item.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
And then the motion to defer.
No, we still have, yes, I'm sorry. My apologies, Mr.
okay.
Executive Director.
We work well together. Item number 4 is will be deferred to the July 24th meeting, and that is the First Amendment to the Hood Design Studios Agreement. That item will be deferred until July 24th.
May I have a motion?
Motion.
I have a motion.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
The item is deferred. And that shall conclude the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting for June 17th, 2025. Thank you. At this time, we are going to flip the tape and we'll have the Omni CRA meeting.
Chair Pardo, we're good to go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm calling to order the June 17th, 2025 special Omni CRA meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for April 10th, 2025 Omni CRA meeting? A motion to approve the minutes of the meeting for April 10th, 2025 Omni CRA?
You don't need to do that for public comment? Open it.
After. Public comment comes after.
Oh, motion.
And is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
3-1 with Commissioner Rosado voting no.
Madam Executive Director, please briefly read agenda items CRA resolutions 1 through 3 into the record.
Good evening, Commissioners. Item 1 is a discussion item for an unsolicited proposal received by the Omni CRA for an affordable housing project at 1428 Northwest 1st Avenue. Our rules dictate that we must bring the item to the board for discussion and then put the item out for a competitive process, as we have in the city of Miami. Item resolution RE1 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Omni CRA establishing Future Leaders Scholarship Program for the purposes of supporting higher educational, vocational training, and accredited certificate programs for eligible residents within the boundaries of the Omni CRA, further allocating an amount not to exceed $200,000 from non-TIF revenues for this program. RE2 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners authorizing the Executive Director to negotiate and execute a consent to collateral assignment, to negotiate and execute the collateral assignment with Wynwood House for mixed use and mixed development properties. RE3 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners with attachments authorizing the Executive Director to negotiate and execute all documents necessary to enter into an agreement with Miami-Dade County Water and Sewer Department for the Historic Citizens Bank building.
Okay. The public comment period is now open for all items on today's agenda. All right. Seeing no further public comment on the agenda items, the public comment period is now closed. Is there any discussion amongst board members regarding resolutions 1 through 3? Is there a motion for resolutions 1 through 3?
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
The remaining item left on today's agenda is discussion item number 1.
You have to approve the minutes from the April 10th meeting as well.
I'm sorry, which one is that?
The minutes from the
Chair.
April 10th meeting?
We've already taken care of that item.
Yeah, okay.
Discussion item.
So for the discussion item, we pursuant to 18-119, we must bring the item as a discussion for the board. We received a proposal for the development of a 6-unit affordable housing project in our D5 portion of the Omni CRA. The proposal, the unsolicited proposal, was submitted by Dragonfly Investments LLC. And as discussed before, pursuant to our rules, we must put it out there for competitive bid pursuant to Florida statutes. So this is the opportunity to notify the board that we received an affordable housing proposal, but we are and we must put it out for competitive processes.
And what do you expect from the competitive process?
We expect to receive, a number of submittals and proposals to develop an affordable housing project, something that fits the character of the neighborhood, 6 units or more, depending on what is allowed. So after we go through the entire assessment process, then we'll move forward. Yeah.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. The meeting is now adjourned.
Chair, we're ready to go.
At this time, I am calling to order the City of Miami Commission meeting for June 17th, 2025.
Madam Chair, can I call the question to up and down to create the MOU so this doesn't happen
Yes,
again?
please, sir. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second? This, Commissioner Rosado, this is for RE 15. I'd like to entertain the friendly amendment that the manager proposed with regards to getting an interlocal agreement and or a contract agency in case he's unable to identify an interlocal agency to independently investigate.
I don't want to, I like the county idea, okay?
Uh-huh.
That's good enough for me, you know, and that's where I'm at. If
Oh,
you guys
okay.
want to vote up or down.
No, if you don't want it, I'm fine.
No, I don't want it. I don't trust it. I trust the county. They can do all the investigations they want. I don't have a problem. I'm not guilty of anything.
Uh-huh.
You know, so that's where I'm at. But it'll be fair, and then that I trust.
Okay.
I'll second.
The only reason why I said that is because the manager said that they had been trying to get someone and they didn't show any interest in
Tell them
doing
to try
it.
harder.
I understand. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hold on.
It's not, my question is, how are we going to deal with the public in this? The individual that has a small home that gets cited by code on a daily basis, and if they don't comply within 30 days, they're being threatened that they're going to fine them all kinds of money. They're petrified that they're going to lose their home. And they have to comply quickly. It's been a month since this has happened, and the resolution is talking about 90 days more. I mean, there has to be a balance. Are we going to be above the residents of Miami? Are we going to have the special treatment that our residents don't get? And that's the point that I'm trying to make.
You mean like you got?
This is not.
Like
no,
you got
I
the
didn't
cover-up.
get. I did not
You mean
get.
like you got, right?
Please don't.
I did not
please
get
don't-
any
It's right
special
here.
Please
treatment,
don't
sir.
go back and forth with
Right
each
here.
other. Please do not.
Right there, what?
Please-
There's nothing there.
Okay, don't. Please
It's right
don't go
here.
back.
You want-
Please don't
Yeah,
go
take a
back.
look at
And,
it. Right
please
here.
don't
Wanna
go
look at
back
it?
and
Take it,
forth
take it.
with each other.
Take it to him once. He's got a copy. Take it to him.
What?
I'll get another.
Yeah. There's no special treatment there that I got.
No, there isn't.
Anything.
How do
you
I
know
know?
it darn well.
How do I know it's covered
Okay,
up?
yeah,
But how do
sure.
I know it's covered up? Because you say it. Your word's worth nothing to me.
Okay, I'm being advised. There's been enough debate, and
But my
So
my
let's call the
Hold
question
on,
up or down.
hold
Let's
on,
call the
hold
question
on.
up or down.
There-
He doesn't have to
Hold
vote on it.
on,
Like
hold on.
My
The
question is, I don't care if I get the vote or not. What matters is, what process are we going to follow? Are we going to make ourselves above the residents of Miami, that anybody that gets cited has to take action immediately, or are we going to get the special treatment that we get months before the first inspector can come and look at anything?
So why did you do that with the police department? Is my question.
excuse
Tell
me.
you what, let's take off your ordinance with the police
Sir.
department. No. But
Didn't
he's
you
asking a
hear-
question.
didn't you
Why
hear
did you do it with the
before what I
police
said?
department? Because
Maybe-
apparently you
maybe
didn't want to be
you're deaf.
investigated. I'm
Maybe
telling
you don't understand.
No, yeah, I understand. You did it to cover yourself.
Listen.
Cover
This is the same
myself.
principle.
Please.
Same principle, sir.
Please,
Same principle.
Please.
Same principle.
Through the chair, do not speak directly to each other. Speak through me, and do not speak while one or the other is speaking, because nothing gets done. We are wasting our residents' time.
You're right.
There's an issue before us. It has a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Now,
Commissioner
sorry.
Rosado?
can we,
Aye.
So the motion passes
Passed
4-1 with Commissioner
4-1.
Correa voting no,
And-
as is.
As
Chair,
is.
can we go to the items as I requested before
So
this happened
let
that are
me-
important
let me,
to the city.
All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going in order because every item is important to the city. If we want to hold the items that you've pulled for discussion till last, I'm fine with that. Let's run through the agenda for the items that are non-controversial. Let's get those over with. How about that? So let's move on
That's what I've asked.
to EM1. This must be read by the city attorney. The title must be read by the city attorney.
I'm sorry, what item is that?
EM1.
EM1?
Yes, EM1.
EM1, ordinance, emergency ordinance of the Miami City Commission by a 4/5 affirmative vote, amending Chapter 37 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Offenses Miscellaneous, to repeal Section 37-6, titled Aggressive or Obstructive Panhandling Prohibited, in its entirety, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, I have to read it again.
Wait, did Commissioner Rosado? You
Yeah,
Okay,
Commissioner
I
Rosado.
I was looking this way. Motion carries unanimously, requires a second reading and a second vote.
Yes, Madam Chair. EM1, an emergency ordinance of the Miami City Commission by a 4/5 affirmative vote, amending Chapter 37 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Offenses Miscellaneous, to repeal Section 37-6, titled Aggressive or Obstructive Panhandling Prohibited, in its entirety, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank
Mr.
you.
City Attorney, would you please read for the record the ordinances, second reading ordinances?
Yes, Madam
Titles.
Chair. SR1, second reading, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 52, Article 1, Section 52-4 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, City Code titled Special Events Permits, Application Requirements, to add the Department of Resilience and Public Works fees for use of the public right-of-way, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. SR2, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 36, Section 36-4 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, City Code titled Noise, Operation of Radios, Phonographs, or Other Sound-Making Devices, Bands, Orchestras, and Musicians Generally Exemption, and Chapter 36, Section 36-5 of the City Code titled Noise, Same, Hours of Operation of Jukeboxes, Radios, etc., Exemption for Events on City-Owned Property, Relaxation, to create alternate hours for restrictive times and alternate distances for sound for the Miami Riverside Specialty District, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. And SR3, also a second reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 54, Article 1, Section 54-3 of the Code of the City of Miami, as amended, titled Streets and Sidewalks, and general permit required for work that obstructs or closes a street, sidewalk, or impedes traffic, fees, waiver of fees, to provide for waiver of permit fees for single-family affordable housing projects, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. That is all the second reading items.
Gentlemen, any of the second reading items would you like to pull for discussion? May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Chair,
Aye.
Chair.
And-
So for SR2 is to be amended pursuant to a substitution memo dated June 11, 2025. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second for SR1, SR2 as amended, and SR3. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Mr. City Attorney, would you please read the titles of the ordinances for first reading items?
First reading, yes, Madam Chair. First reading ordinance 1, FR1, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 2, titled Administration, Departments, Planning, Building and Zoning Department, by establishing Section 2-214, titled Ancillary Dwelling Unit, ADU Compliance, to introduce registration and compliance requirements for ancillary dwelling units. Further amending Chapter 10, Article 5, titled Buildings Code Relief Program, by establishing Section 10-77, titled Accessory Dwelling Unit, ADU Amnesty Program, to introduce an amnesty for existing ancillary dwelling units containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. FR2, first reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 2 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, City Code titled Administration, Departments, Planning, Building and Zoning Department, more particularly by amending Section 2-11 titled Denial or Revocation of Certificate of Use by restricting Chapter 10 of the City Code violations from causing a denial or revocation of a certificate of use in limited circumstances, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. That's it for the FR items.
Colleagues, are there any of the items for FR, the first reading
I'm
items?
sorry, Chair. Mr. City Attorney, did you read FR4 into the record, the title?
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Oh,
stopped at
okay.
FR3. I didn't see FR4. I apologize, Madam Chair. FR4, first reading an ordinance of the Miami City Commission pursuant to sections 100.3605 parentheses 2, 101.75 parentheses 3, and 166.021 parentheses 4 Florida statutes, amending Chapter 16 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida as amended, City Code titled Elections, more particularly by amending Section 16-2 of the City Code titled Same Holding of City Elections, straw ballot, to change the date of the general election from November 4, 2025 to November 3, 2026, and to change the date of all subsequent elections, providing for the extensions of existing terms of office, containing severability clause, and providing for an immediate effective date.
Thank you. Just 1 second. We cannot vote on FR2 until we vote on PZ12. FR3 was deferred. So we only have FR1 and FR4 in play, and I would think that we want to pull FR4 for
Yes.
discussion. So can I have a motion for FR1?
Motion.
I actually was going to pull FR1. I think it's important, and I think the public would be interested in hearing more about it.
Pull for discussion?
Pull for discussion, just for an explanation for the sake of the public's understanding.
Oh, okay. So we'll come back to all the FRs. Mr. City Clerk, do we have any board appointments?
Thank you, Chair. BC1, Arts and Entertainment Council. Mayor Suarez would like to appoint Michelle McCoy and Gloria Rodriguez to his vacant seats.
May I have a motion?
Motion.
I have a motion?
Second.
And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
BC6, Downtown Development Authority. The DDA is requesting the confirmation of Eileen Higgins.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
BC10, LGBTQ Advisory Board. Commissioner Pardo would like to appoint Timothy McLemore to the at-large vacant seat.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I have second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
BC11, Liberty City Community Revitalization Trust. Chairwoman King would like to reappoint Carrie Johnson, Emma Ladson, Samuel Lattimore, Vernal Roll Jr., and City Manager Noriega would like to appoint Mayomi Lawrence.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
PZ13, Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board. Commissioner Pardo would like to appoint Joshua Pentinkin to one of his vacant seats.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That concludes the committees and boards. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, would you please read the planning and zoning item titles required?
Yes, Madam Chair. Excuse me. PZ1, second reading ordinance. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544 is amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to Section 163.3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from medium-density restricted commercial to public parks and recreation of the acreage described herein of real property at 1628 Northwest 6th Street, 1653 Northwest 5th Street, and 1644 Northwest 6th Street. Miami, Florida is more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ2, second reading ordinance. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning code of the City of Miami, Florida as amended, Miami 21 code, by changing the zoning classification from T5L, Urban Center Transit Zone, limited to CS, Civic Space Transit Zone, for the property generally located at 1628 Northwest 6th Street, 1653 Northwest 5th Street, and 1644 Northwest 6th Street, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in the attached and incorporated Exhibit A, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ4, a resolution of the Miami City Commission with attachments.
Mr. City
I'm
Attorney.
sorry, that's a resolution, sorry.
PZ7.
PZ7, an ordinance, first reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 10544 as amended, the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan of the City of Miami, Florida, pursuant to the expedited state review process subject to section 163.3184 Florida statutes by amending the interpretation of the future land use map and correspondence chart to create a new future land use designation called transit-oriented node, amending appendix LU1, amending policy LU-5.1.3 and policy LU 5.2.1, and amending the future land use designation of the properties generally bounded by Northwest 7th Avenue to the west, Northwest 76th Street to the north, Northeast 2nd Avenue to the east, and Northwest 70th Street to the south in Miami, Florida, approximately 143.75 acres, as more particularly described in the attached and incorporated in Exhibit A from general commercial, light industrial, medium density multifamily residential, medium density restricted commercial, and major institutional public facilities, transportation and utilities to transit-oriented node 1 and transit-oriented node 2, providing for transmission, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ8, also second reading, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, Miami 21 Code, by amending Article 3, titled General to Zones, Section 3.14, titled Public Benefits Program, to exclude properties located within or abutting the Coconut Grove Neighborhood Conservation District, NCD3, from being able to utilize T50 bonus height, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ9, second reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, Miami 21 Code, specifically by amending Article 7, Section 7.2.3, titled Alterations and Expansion of Nonconforming Structures, and Section 7.2.6, titled Nonconforming Uses, to allow existing legal nonconforming public storage facilities in the T5 Urban Center Zone and the T6 Urban Core Zone to repair, remodel, or alter more than 50% of a nonconforming public storage facility structure and reestablish a nonconforming use by exception, provided the repair, remodel, or alteration of the structure incorporates the design review criteria set forth in Article 4, Table 12 of the Miami 21 Code, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ10, first reading ordinance. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by amending Article 1, Section 1.2, titled Definitions, Definition of Terms, to update and add definitions relating to parking structures and podium height. By amending Article 3, Section 3.15, titled General to Zones, Affordable and Attainable Mixed Income Housing Special Benefit Program Supplemental Regulations, and Section 3.16, titled Workforce Housing Special Benefit Program Supplemental Regulations, to update affordable and attainable mixed income housing and workforce housing parking design standards, and to adjust setback requirements by amending Article 4, Table 4, titled Standards and Tables, Density, Intensity, and Parking, and Table 12, titled Design Review Criteria, to update parking requirements for liner uses and to clarify design review criteria for parking structures and podiums by amending Article 5, titled Specific to Zones, specifically Sections 5.4, 5.5, 5.6, 5.8, 5.9, and 5.10, to clarify design standards for parking structures and podiums, clarify allowable parking screening encroachments, create development incentives for liner buildings, and modify loading and access regulations when abutting T3 transect zones by amending Article 6, Section 6.1, titled Supplemental Regulations, Intent, and Exclusions, to update and clarify the locations that allow for micro-dwelling units in liners, and by amending Article 7, Section 7.1, titled Procedures and Nonconformities, Procedures for Uniformity and Code Language, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ11, first reading ordinance. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by amending Article 7, Section 7.1.3.7, titled No Approval Available if Code Enforcement Violations, to provide an exception for applications made by the City of Miami, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 12, first reading ordinance. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by amending Article 7, titled Procedures and Nonconformities, more particularly by amending Section 7.1.2.1, titled Permitted Uses, and Section 7.1.3.7, titled No Approval Available if Code Enforcement Violations, to update the criteria for when a certificate of use may be denied or revoked, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 13, second reading ordinance. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, Miami 21 Code, by amending Article 1 titled Definitions to update the definitions of ancillary dwelling units and related structures, by amending Article 3 titled General to Zones to introduce ancillary dwelling unit regulations and design standards, by amending Article 4 titled Standards and Tables to clarify the transect zones and residential types that allow for ancillary dwelling units, to clarify parking requirements and to update related illustrations, by amending Article 5 titled Specific to Zones to clarify building disposition and building configuration standards and to update related illustrations pertaining to ancillary dwelling units and other related structures, by amending Article 6 titled Supplemental Regulations to update ancillary dwelling unit minimum and maximum unit sizes and applicable waiver processes, by amending Appendix A titled Neighborhood Conservation District, Section A.2, titled Village West Island District and Charles Avenue NCD 2, and Section A.3 titled Coconut Grove Neighborhood Conservation District NCD 3, to clarify regulations pertaining to ancillary dwelling units and related structures, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 14, first reading ordinance. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, Miami 21 Code, specifically by amending Appendix J, Section 3.4, titled General to Zones, Wynwood Public Benefits Program, to allow properties within Wynwood NRD 1, T5L Urban Center Limited zoning transect to obtain bonus height, by amending Appendix J, Section 4, titled Standards and Tables, Table 2, to clarify parking calculations, and Table 3 related to parking and loading, by amending Appendix J, Section 5, titled Specific to Zones, to clarify art requirements on new buildings and facade alterations located within a T5 Urban Center Transect Zone or T6 Urban Core Transect Zone, and to update NRD 1 standards related to lot coverage, balcony encroachments, minimum building height, and floor plate design dimensions to include lodging uses, by amending Appendix J, Section 6, titled Landscape Requirements, to update the landscape requirements for landscape areas and parking lots, and by amending Appendix J, Section 8, titled Streetscape Master Plan, to provide additional NRD 1 setback requirements for NRD 1 corridors and Wynwood thoroughfares, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. And that is it for the PZ items.
Gentlemen, are there any PZ items that you would like to pull for discussion?
PZ 7.
PZ 7. Anything else? Sure.
PZ 12.
Which one?
12.
12.
I have a question about PZ9. I don't want to pull it necessarily for discussion, but I just have a clarifying question about distance requirements between public storage buildings. So I'm not so much talking about the grandfathering. I just want to know what the city's policy is, what our ordinance is around that moving forward for proposed uses.
Yeah,
So between the facilities, the like facilities, public storage facilities, 1,000 feet.
Is that it? Okay. May I have a motion for PZ 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10 as amended?
I think Rosado pulled Commissioner Rosado pulled 9.
No, he just asked the question.
Okay.
The question was asked. 10 as amended, 11 as amended, PZ 13 as amended, and PZ 14. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Commissioner Pardo, you pulled
PZ7.
PZ7.
And there was a lot of discussion on PZ7 and some of the community meetings, David. PZ7. There was a lot of discussion about transportation nodes and how it would impact with adding density. A lot of concern, like in Coconut Grove and other areas, that this would kind of permeate to those areas of town. I was wondering if you could just answer that for the record.
Yes. So what this does, this is the amendment to our comprehensive plan that is actually based on policies that exist today in our comprehensive plan to look at ways to continue to build around our transit nodes. So this is in line with our comprehensive plan. So what this does is it allows for the TOD node to be established, so which there's a range of 4 nodes that have different density levels. So node 1 is the lowest at 250 dwelling units an acre. Node 4 is the highest at 500 dwelling units an acre. So what this does is it allows each independent station to establish their node. In this particular case, this legislation establishes the first node, which would be the Little River future station. So nodes 1 and 2 would be within that station area. If other stations throughout the city are desired to have these nodes, it would have to go through the process to establish this land use. So essentially it establishes a new land use in the comp plan within these areas, if they choose.
And what defines a transportation node? Is this like a metro station or?
So, right, so it would be a fixed rail station.
Only?
So, correct.
Okay.
Right. So like a bus stop or a transit corridor would not be eligible.
Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yep.
PZ7, may I have a motion?
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We pulled
And
PZ12.
I pulled PZ 12.
Uh-huh.
And I just wanted some clarification again. What exactly is this one about again? I know you said it in the briefing, but I kind of forgot.
So yes, so PZ 12, this is related to procedures and nonconformities as it relates to city applications. So when the city is doing more or less an area-wide rezone, and there's violations within that area, those violations would not have to be resolved until building permit applications come in for that particular property. So it allows the city application to move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Ready? May I have a motion?
So moved. We're on. I'm sorry. I was explaining 11. My apologies. Yeah. Sorry. My apologies.
Good afternoon to Mayor Ellen Frost, zoning administrator. You have a question in regards to PZ 12? Oh, no, this item is not about the rezoning. Can you speak in the mic? Okay.
What was it that you said, Mr. Assistant City Attorney, that it allows it to go forward in an application for what? An application?
So my apologies. I was speaking to PZ11 regarding the city-sponsored applications. I think the question was regarding PZ12.
Right.
Okay, so PZ12 is criteria for revocation, denial, and issuance of certificate of uses. Currently, we have a process where if you have a violation, 4050 certification violation, you cannot receive a certificate of use. So we're adding the criteria to make sure that it's easier for us to be able to follow, changing, putting some guidelines in and allowing it to go into the city code, removing it from Miami 21, so that if there is a violation, the property is not deemed unsafe. It's just an engineering report letter that has to go through the building official as well as the unsafe structures chief. If they provide that letter, that the building is sound and there's no immediate danger, the applicant will be able to process the certificate of use application.
Okay, but then where does it fall for the certificate of use in making sure that they comply?
Where does it fall in regards to?
If they can move ahead, as long as it's not an unsafe structure, to get a certificate of occupation, how can they or the city make sure that they've complied with whatever other violations they have?
So when they are applying for the certificate of use, if there's no other violation that hasn't been cured, if it's only for 4050 certification, so we already have about 4,000 in the queue.
Okay, so this is only for 4050.
Yes.
When they come
Yes.
to do the 4050 use.
Correct.
I see. So it's not just for.
No, this is just for the 4050 because there's so many applications that's come in that can't move forward.
I see. Okay, that's the difference. You explain it. Thank you. Move.
Have a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
PZ 12 passes. Now we can take up FR2. May I have a motion?
Hold on.
Or
Let
is
me
the
get back in there.
companion item to FR12?
Is that the companion item? Let me get in the FR. So I'm sorry.
Can I say something for clarification? So FR2 is the ordinance. PZ 12 was removing the language from Miami 21 to Chapter 10 in the City Code for clarification.
Okay. Yeah, FR2 is the one that was left.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Are we ready?
Very
May I
good.
have a motion?
Yeah. Move.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay.
Yep. You got FR4 next.
Okay, let's go with FR4.
Can we do, Madam Chair, do you mind if we do RE19 with FR4? And that, because there's somewhat,
Let's
there's a
do
relationship.
FR4 and then, because I'm going backwards. I'm going.
Yeah, I was going to say, we.
Oh, wait,
FR1.
we pulled FR1 for discussion? Commissioner Rosado?
Yeah, if you could explain it to us, Ms. Frost, because it's a topic that comes up quite a bit. Ancillary dwelling units.
So FR1 is actually the companion item to the ancillary dwelling unit legislation. So this would be a registration for properties that do have ADUs. And the amnesty program, which is, I think, one of the biggest programs, is to allow for the existing properties that have ADUs that weren't permitted to go through an amnesty program and be registered. A lot of them were built either legally without permits and so forth. So we will try to assist them through that process as like a pilot program.
How many square feet does this involve? I thought there was a limit on it.
Right. David Snow, Planning Director. So the square foot for the ADU that is separate from the house itself, the independent standalone, that is 800 square feet max. And that is based on your lot area that you're available to build that. So it's a percentage of the lot areas, but the maximum is 800 square feet.
And that has to be separate from the house.
That is correct. Now, this legislation does allow for an attached ADU as well. The substitution memo that you all received has a max of 500 square feet for the attached.
That's what I remember, seeing something at 500. But that's attached, which means it's part of the actual dwelling.
Correct.
But you could only have one or the other, right?
Only one or the other.
And the 800 is the max, but it depends on the size of your lot. So
Correct. And the structure, your existing structure on the lot.
Well, my next question is, can someone build a unit in a lot that don't have one, an auxiliary dwelling?
Could you repeat that?
Can someone go ahead and build an auxiliary dwelling in their lot if they don't have one?
So this legislation would allow for new construction of ADUs.
Okay. All right. And it would have to meet all the setbacks and everything that's a regular construction?
Correct. Yes. This establishes a whole list of criteria that have to be met.
All right.
And we made the legislation tighter to protect residential areas.
Yes, so the substitution memo also includes to remove the T3R portion. So this would apply to T3LO and T4 properties.
I did that for Commissioner Reyes.
Yeah. But let's put it in layman's terms. Residential, duplex, what else?
So
not duplex, and it has to be a homestead property.
Okay, homestead property.
Homestead property.
And single family.
Single family homestead property. This isn't to make a buck.
Yeah,
this is
exactly.
to missing.
It's not for investors.
No.
No. The homestead property is the kicker.
Question: what happens if the homestead property is sold and it doesn't become homestead anymore?
Right.
An investor company buys it, and this is what's happening in a lot of our districts. You're having corporations from outside of Florida buying up all the residential homes, and they're renting them. So what happens if that home that has an auxiliary up to 500 feet inside, or they have 600, 700, 800 square feet outside, and it's no longer a homestead and is sold?
So the code amendment allows for the annual review. That's part of the registration process. So the homesteaded property owner agrees to allow for that to be reviewed annually. If the property is sold, that registration would be required for the new owner. If it's an investor, they would not be eligible for that registration in the rental of that ADU.
Okay, so let's say they have the maximum, 800 square feet auxiliary building. What can that building be used for? Storage or what?
They could use it for storage. They could use it for man cave. They could use it for something else. But they could not rent it out to a renter.
Or a woman cave, to be fair.
Right. Either or.
Or not gender cave. She should.
Okay. It's got safeguards, even though I don't know how it's going to be enforced if a homesteader sells it to an investment company, but it's got safeguards to the best that we can.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just want to clarify something. There is no substitution on this, on FR1.
No.
No. Yeah, I was referring to the PZ.
Okay.
Right.
A lot of that is going on now, so we're just legalizing what It's not legal today.
Yes. Okay. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Have a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
FR4,
FR4.
unless you want to take.
Nope. FR4. FR4.
Madam Chair, can I
Go ahead.
Okay. So early on, when we first came into office, we worked on a lot of different reforms. We were trying to do a lot of them through charter review. We realized that the kind of power we wanted through charter review, where it went directly to the ballot, directly to the voters, really was impossible, didn't have widespread support. So we started determining which ones can we put forward. One of these was moving the elections from odd number year to even number years. Obviously, the biggest impact is our participation, which would go from between 10 to 15% to 65 to 70%. That means it's very difficult to just have a captive audience of a few thousand people that can come out and vote for you and get elected. You really have to have much broader appeal. You have to have your messaging, and everything else would be much more significant. There is the city of North Miami did it the same way we're proposing, which is by ordinance, and did the exact same thing. And actually, I think they added about a year and a half to their term. This is a very important thing to understand. If we believe that we want to have participation increase to what I just discussed, and we agree that we want to save $1 million per election, which is tens of millions of dollars, then we have got to move it everyone's term by a year. It has to happen with that reform. We cannot take a portion of it away because we open ourselves up to litigation, perhaps even invalidating the very kind of reform we're trying to put forward. And in the case of lifetime term limits, this coincides in one aspect, a very unique aspect, which is in District 3, Frank Arroyo is running for another term. He was term limited because he's already served 8 years. In that situation, he may be on the 2025 ballot as a legitimately elected candidate by his voters as the District 3 commissioner, and at the same time we may have a ballot initiative which invalidates his race, which leads to a total mess. So by taking this reform now, we're doing a lot of things that make the overall reform work. Right now, as we speak, we have 4,200 petitions approximately here at City Hall asking us to make this reform. That's more than many of us get during our elections. So there is very broad support. The polling that's been done on it is above 60%, even with the negative of that additional year. And I think when people understand it and it's explained, they're broadly supportive of it. And again, cities like Coral Gables, North Miami, many others have done this for the exact same reasons, the broad participation and the cost savings.
Commissioner Cabela?
Okay, so let's straighten this out. So we're doing this of the extra year because we're doing the other one, the term limits, right?
No.
No.
They're both good initiatives, and we should do, these are reforms. They're good governance reforms.
Okay, I thought that, so just hear me out for a minute. So I thought that what this started all out with term limits, meaning, I think I heard you say the last time, that we can serve 8 years as commissioners, right? As a commissioner, 2 terms, 4 years each, but we can never serve again for the lifetime in the city of Miami, right?
Correct.
And then you said for mayors, okay, it was the same thing, 2 terms, 4 years each, and then you're done. You can never, so you can be commissioner 2 terms, 8 years total, mayor 8 years total, and you're done for the life, for my life. I cannot run again.
Mine too. We're done.
You're done. Okay. And then I remember the chairwoman said, well, I'm not comfortable with that. I do 2 consecutive or 3, but I want to do a lifetime. I think I heard you say, right? Okay. But the whole situation here, we're giving ourselves the year because of that situation.
No.
Right? No.
No, we're giving ourselves a year because that's the only way we can do it.
No. I understand that. I understand it. But what I want is the whole reason to do the year is because you're going to do the term limits.
No,
right?
because these are both good reforms that we should do. We are increasing participation in the election from about 10 to 60%. So we want broader participation. We want to save money, about $1 million each general election cycle.
Okay.
So that's why we want to do it.
All right. So let me just hear. I'm not going to waste more time. Here's where I'm at. So I'm with the the prior one. I'm with that one. I have no problems whichever way you guys want to do it. And by the way, I don't know the wording on that one yet. Is there a wording to that one?
No, this is...
No, not this one.
No, thank you for bringing that up. That's RE 19, but basically that's a resolution. And by the charter, we're required to do this. We're sending a resolution which the city attorney will draft that ballot language, and he will bring that ballot language back to commission for us to vote on the ballot language that should go to the voters.
So my only problem with this is that, and I agree with you, that that's fine if it's going to be more participation. Good. There's some bad and some good, because it ain't quite as simple as some are putting it. But my main problem with this is that the voter, that maybe we should have done this by referendum. Okay, now I know it is what it is, but that was my only objection. That it's not right that the voter, didn't give us this. We're doing it to ourselves. And it doesn't sit right. And my first, obligation, I think is if for the democratic system to work and I think we should have put it out for referendum and let the voters have decided.
I think ideally I would agree with you. I would just add to that this has very, very broad support. When I was knocking on doors, people were supporting it. I've done many, many forums. Everybody's been supportive of this. So this is something that's broadly supported, this change to the general election.
For me, I understand both sides. I don't want an extra year. I'm campaigning now, and I don't want to campaign for 2 years. I don't. And I understand the argument for more participation. And if we want more participation, no matter when we do it, it's going to give us an extra. I've gone through the other municipalities. Some got 18 months. I'm surprised that Commissioner Pardo was bringing this up, because that would mean that he would serve an additional year with Commissioner Carollo. And,
that should be proof right there.
It actually
I'm
actually going to vote with you.
It actually is.
You know what? If I could, Chair, you know what their problem is? They'd rather serve only 1 year with me than 4, maybe 8. That's the problem.
So, but I also.
He's right.
But I also I will not support lifetime term limits. You brought up Frank Carollo. Frank Carollo has been out of office for 8 years. If the community re-elects Frank Carollo after 8 years, that's their choice. It's not our choice to make that decision for our electorate. 4 years out of office, because we do have term limits. We have term limits. 4 years out of office is a lifetime in politics. 4 years out of office, some may argue, I would argue, a beloved county commissioner ran again for her seat, lost. She did not even get double-digit percentage of the vote. It's not me, it's not for us to decide what future voters who don't even have the right to vote, we're making that decision for them. That's not fair. If we're going to do even years because we want more voter participation, and then that's going to change the face of our commission, and we won't have political dynasties because we have greater participation, then why do we have to put lifetime term limits? Like someone says, I like Mayor Suarez, or. It's not, and I have been steadfast in my position. It is not my place to decide who serves. That's why I've always steadfast said, let the people decide. I will never appoint, I will never vote for appointment, a caretaker, because the community should decide who their electorate is. If the community wants to elect this guy for mayor, so be it. So be it. I am not voting for lifetime term limits. We have term limits. And the problem also with this lifetime term limit proposal is that if, for example, Commissioner Watson served as a special election, right? He was appointed. That counts as a term. It should not count as a term for Commissioner Watson. If Commissioner Watson wants to run for office, he should get to run for 4 years and a second 4 years. That should not be held against him because he was appointed. And in your legislation, that's what happens. That's not fair. I don't think that's fair.
I'll explain. It counts that as a term in order to incentivize people not accepting special appointments unless they're really going to be a caretaker in that position.
But it punishes those who have done it already. And
but they know when they're getting into it.
But your legislation is also retroactive. So, for example, if we don't pass an additional year and Frank Carollo, because you used him as an example, runs and wins with this legislation, you disenfranchise the voters that voted for him and opens us up to litigation.
It is retroactive in as much as so was the Miami Beach 2014.
I'm not saying that's right.
But let me just finish the idea. They went ahead and passed the exact same thing in 2014. It passed by almost 70%. It was tested in the 3rd District Court of Appeals, and it was upheld, the retroactivity. And all we're doing here is we're sending it to voters. Regardless of what you might feel, what I might feel, what we all might feel, this would be a resolution that the city attorney drafts, and like you said, we're putting it out, and we would be allowing the voters to decide.
That I can't support. And I don't understand how it was held up in court, because you can't pass a law and have it apply retroactively. They should take it up to the Supreme Court, because I don't know how that passed muster. If you qualify in September and you're duly qualified and you run and you win, imagine that happening to you, Commissioner Gabella.
Actually, that did happen to me. They moved my house. Okay, I don't know, you don't want to hear that, but they moved my house, and the gentleman over there accommodated his house, and yeah, I've been through that. I'll leave it there.
Here we go with the house again.
Yeah, if it would have happened to you, because you're a cheater, that's why you accommodated your house and you got my house out.
I'm going to put you out of the commission. No clapping. So here, I would support FR, at least first reading. I would support that, because I understand if we want additional participation, it has to be done at some point. But I am not supporting lifetime term limits. I will not do that. And I'm going to limit us to 5 minutes. I think I only spoke for 5 minutes. So we're going to speak for 5 minutes, and then if there's more speaking, we're going to speak for 2 minutes, and then we're going to go, because we have a lot of stuff to do. Commissioner? 5 minutes.
5 minutes? You spoke more than 5?
I spoke. Well, I'm allowed to speak for more than 5 minutes, because I never run over 5 minutes mostly. So.
Look, you said that there were 4,200 people that signed this petition, right? That's been over 2.5 months that they've been signing. And that doesn't mean that all those signatures are going to be of qualified voters, because it hasn't been sent to the elections department to verify. Once it's sent there, that's going to come down quite a bit. That's right now not even 2% of our voters in the city of Miami, which is over 215,000 as of today. So by the time you get to the signatures that you need, it's a long, long way. But I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. See, I got a crystal ball. This whole thing for a year more, the reason you got to do it now, you know why. Because if you really were so principled, you would do, like you had said before, that it's a package. If one doesn't get approved, the other won't. But it's being done now so someone can have an extra year, and then in that extra year, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Mandy, try and become my buddy now. I'll give you a hint. You can talk about it. In that extra year, they're going to push for a strong mayor again. And with that strong mayor, in order to try to get it passed, they're going to combine it with 9 districts, 7 districts, whatever they want in districts, so it could pass. This is why the term limits would not get passed here, because otherwise the whole other plan wouldn't work. So the term limits, this is all smoke and mirrors. It was never meant to be passed. It was to keep you busy looking right when they went left. And left is to get this other one passed, but it's not going to end here. You're going to see, whether I'm here or not, that next year they're going to bring a referendum for a strong mayor combined for X amount of districts. And then to keep going on, all this dynasty stuff. So, with all due respect, if we're serious about everything that's being said, that we want more participation and everything else, then why in the world the resolution says that the election is going to be when? Am I reading it right, or did I miss it? It says when in 26 November 3rd, is it, or 2nd? Mr. Clerk, what does the resolution say?
So the ordinance.
Exactly.
The ordinance.
I could answer it. Notwithstanding any provision in the city charter to the contrary.
November what, of 26?
It would be the first.
What date?
Tuesday of November in 2026.
That'll be November 3rd or 2nd?
November 3rd, 2026.
Okay, November 3rd. But that's the primary. That's not the crown. The crown is the general election. And when is it going to be held? December 8th, 2026, where everybody is rushing for Christmas. The rich and famous leave Miami early, and the participation will be 5%, not even 11 or 12. So, what do you say, champ? What happened to the big participation, all the savings? We got to pay $1 million for that election. You're not going to have any participation in December 8th of 2026. So, what more do I need to say? Let's approve this. Let's get it over with and do a few more things. And I'm a senior citizen. I would like to go home early, and get some rest.
Commissioner Rosado?
I'm supportive of moving the elections to even years. I've been very public about that for quite some time. Lifetime term limits I'm more torn about, and I think it would be reasonable to allow the public to decide. There are strong arguments for and against it. We'll let the public decide that one.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Commissioner Cabela?
Okay, sorry. So let me understand this right. This one has nothing to do with the other one. We're doing separate the term limits, right? And so we're only
Yes.
voting on FR4.
Yes.
Yes, only FR4.
Only FR4. And you're a no.
On FR4? No. I'm a maybe.
You're a maybe? On FR4, you're a maybe.
Maybe.
Let's vote.
You look like a maybe too.
We could come back next meeting and deal with it.
We can't.
Are we're going to keep looking at each other for 5 minutes.
Can't wait for you.
I'm almost tempted, but not for the right reasons, okay? I'm almost tempted because I believe that it should be put up to the voter. That's what I believe at the end. I'm tempted because I don't want more, a risk. And I'll say it in public. I don't want any more risk of having to put up with Carollo as mayor. You know what I mean? But that's the truth. That's where I'm at. I'll be honest with you. The city's going to keep bleeding. But I owe the voters respect, and I owe them, my obligation that they're not voting for this. So I'm a no.
You're a no?
I'm a no.
Commissioner Rosado?
Come back to me on this one, please.
It's just you left. Commissioner Cruz said no.
So now this is specifically the dates?
Yes.
No, this is
So we're kind of
more than
conflating the
dates.
two things. I want to make sure.
No,
there's
they're
clarity.
separate. This is just to change the elections to
An
be
extra
even.
year
An extra year
for
to even
everybody
numbers.
here.
Yeah.
So you're a,
I'm a yes.
okay. I'm a yes for first reading. I don't know about second reading because I don't. Because it has to happen at some
There'll be
some
horse
point.
trading for the second reading.
Okay. Motion passes 3-2.
Motion passes 3-2 with Commissioner Carollo and Commissioner Gabella voting no. And Chair Pardo, for the record, this item will be heard on second reading at the June 26th meeting.
Can we bring it back next meeting?
But
June
what
26th.
But what
Oh, great.
But what about the participation? We're having the run-ups where everything's decided in December 8th. What about that? But here, guys, let me make it easier for you in second reading. I'd like to add a friendly amendment that I'm going to present in second reading. And let me tell you what it's going to be. I'll let it out of the bag now. I'm going to bring a friendly amendment that beginning in November, when our terms are supposed to have been finished, so no one can say that when I decided to run, I was unlimited in any way, and now you're trying to limit me. Your term is up in 4 years. The extension you're getting, the public didn't vote for it. We did. So beginning from November until the run-up in December of 26, I am going to propose to this body that the office of mayor would be a full-time position with no outside employment. And I am going to present an ordinance so that in the next available election, we could make it as a charter amendment for any mayor in the city's future, whoever he may be, has to be a full-time mayor and cannot have any whatsoever outside employment. And to be fair in compensation, I'm going to include that in this way there's no politicking with the commission or horse trading, that the mayor of Miami, whoever he might be, would receive the salary of a congressman or congresswoman, that they represent more or less a population the size of Miami, 500,000. So I'm giving it ahead of time so you all could think about it for second reading on whatever you all want to do. But I truly believe that if we're going to extend another year that the people did not vote for, then we need to make changes that should have been made before, that the highest position elected in the city should be a full-time position with no outside employment. The full concentration of a mayor should be the city of Miami and only the city of Miami. Having said that, I respect everybody's vote. There's no lines drawn in the sand.
Okay. RE 19.
Hold on.
RE which one?
RE 19 is lifetime term limits.
Oh.
Lifetime term
I've
limits.
already spoken on it.
RE 15?
No, RE 19,
19, sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
I can go, I can say, basically it says that a commissioner gets 8 years, no more. That's during their lifetime. They can't come back at any other point in time. Same with the mayor. They get 8 years. They can't come back. The longest time period you could serve the city of Miami is 16 years. It's retroactive. I already explained that. Similar to the city of Miami Beach, it's been tested at the Third District Court of Appeals. It was upheld, the retroactivity, and that this has very, very broad support, because even when I was knocking on doors during my campaign, people would say, I don't understand how these people are still there. How do they keep coming back? And the thing is, an incumbent, but wait, let me just finish
Let me
this.
just say one thing, because you just said all of that. You were knocking on doors not in the districts that are re-electing these folks. And we do have term limits. We serve 2 terms, and then we have to leave. Frank Carollo has been out of office for 8 years. If he comes, you didn't knock on doors in District 3. You knocked on doors in District 2.
Okay.
And District 2 has the right to elect who they want, and District 3 has a right to elect who they want. If Commissioner Gort wanted to come back and run, he should be able to. He hasn't been in office for I don't know when.
May I finish?
That is not our place. And because you said you knocked on doors, and that's what they said, you knocked on doors in District 2. You didn't knock on doors in District 5.
May I finish?
Go ahead.
Because that wasn't the point. The point was that what people said time and time again is when you're an incumbent and you already have name recognition, you already have the context to fundraise, you already have the ability and the knowledge of the institution, you're at very much of an advantage to everybody else in that race. So it's very difficult to have an even playing field. And that's why people want term limits. They want new faces, new ideas. They want more innovation from their city, more accountability. Those are all the reasons that people talk about it.
Your argument is flawed. Go look at Commissioner Audrey Edmondson's financial reports. She couldn't raise any money. She was out of office for 4 years. Dr. Barbara Carey Schuler gave me the best advice when I was considering running for office. She said, you must have something other than public service in your life. Because when you're no longer a commissioner, you no longer hold that title, people stop taking your calls. People stop calling you. You ask any commissioner who has served and is out of office, and they will all tell you the same. No one calls you. No one calls you. No one returns your calls. That's it. It's not. Look at her campaign report. She had name recognition. She was in office for 16 years. She barely could raise any money, and they didn't vote for her. Your argument is flawed. Most electeds would tell you the same thing. I was a proponent of term limits. Every time term limits came before the Miami-Dade County, I voted in favor because they were in office 16, 20, 24 years. That can't happen here. You can't serve consecutively for 20 years, 24 years. You can serve for 4 years, then you can serve for a second 4, and then you have to go. And the person that takes the seat after, unless they're doing a horrible job, you're not going to come and get them out because the voters voted for them. I'm not going to say anything else. I am not in favor of this. I do not think it's fair. It doesn't speak to the entirety of the city of Miami. Again, if Commissioner Gabella serves his two terms and he sits out 2 terms and he wants to come back because he doesn't have anything else to do and he loved what he did and he wants to serve again and his district elects him, they should have the right to do so.
Commissioner Gabella will be 69 at that time.
But I'm just saying,
Commissioner Gabella will
I'm
right
just,
into the sunset.
I'm just saying, you'll go to Shangri-La as well.
I am done.
I'm just saying. Anyone else want to chime in on this?
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner, Vice Chair?
Thank you. Just to amuse everybody a little bit at least. Commissioner Party, you said that one of the reasons that you also have this is that this way someone would not take a seat as a caretaker when they're appointed, like has happened here, for a short time, then they run, correct? You're going to cure it with that. However, how about people that, like Commissioner Rosado, he's got about 2.5 years of Commissioner Ray's whole term. He didn't get appointed. He wasn't a caretaker. He ran and got elected. Going back, which will be 24 years this November since I was mayor, and I stayed out for 16 years before I decided to come back and run. But my first term, the mayor at the time had died, Steve Clark. He had a 1.5 years left, and I ran for that 1.5 years. So my first term was a 1.5 years. And it was a different form of government. The mayor then was like a commissioner. He had a vote, but he was called the mayor. Then I got elected for the other 4 years. So you keep talking about the 8 years, but I only had 5.5 years, but I'm a Corolla, so that's why this is why you wanted it done. Now, let's go into how convenient. You want people that might have institutional knowledge, and that the only ones that should have the right to decide if they want them or not are the voters, to be at the door. But why aren't you concerned about term limits for influence peddlers, so-called lobbyists? I mean, you got one of your close ones back here. They don't get term limited. You don't have pillars of the community like we had here in Mr. Putney that got term limited. Not even little Billy gets term limited. No matter who comes and goes, they're around. So who's going to run government if you don't have at least part of the people that have the institutional knowledge, that have the knowledge of running government? Your buddies, the lobbyists, the influence peddlers, they're the ones that are going to be running the show everywhere. You know, I'm amazed that you're so concerned that you have to get it done here now, but you're not concerned about the county. You're not concerned about the state of Florida, the state reps, state senators. You're not even concerned about your Congress people that keep running and running. Only the city of Miami is the problem. The bottom line is that by what you want to do, you are going to hurt government, not help government. You will be taking a lot of knowledge from government, and that knowledge will only go to the influence peddlers so they can enrich themselves more, because it takes a full term for a commissioner to really, for the most part, not all, to really get to speed. And these are going to be the people running government 100% at City Hall. But look, we both know that you never really intended this, because you know how to count, and you know the votes weren't there. So, you know, you threw this out so that the other one could pass, but you knew this one was not going to go anywhere. So I said my piece. This whole concept that by banning people lifetime, no matter if they serve 1 day in one term and 4 years in the other, that's called the Carroy Amendment. It applies to me and to Frank. And why Frank? Well, after you guys divided up and chopped up District 3, which is the only district chopped up that way, so that Carroyo can now get elected. And someone more attuned to your liking could get elected. My God, even after all that happened, Carroyo gets elected. And you know well that you don't have a candidate that could beat Frank. Not even close. And that's why you want to knock him out. You know, this happens in places like Venezuela, these left-leaning countries, that the new people in government come in. And what is the first thing they want to do? They want to change the Constitution. And it's not for the betterment of the people. It's for their own protection. And my God, many of you came into office, you started talking about this. But I remember one of the first things you said then was that you wanted to put a charter committee. What happened to that charter committee? Never happened. So all of a sudden is that you got this overwhelming support of people that are demanding this. But it's got to be now. It can't be done through the process after November. You can't put it to a vote in the November election for the future. No, it's got to be now. And I think I stated why it has to be now. Well, anyway, this is not a surprise to me. I so stated it beforehand, and there's no hard feelings with any of my colleagues here. You know, you vote whichever way you feel you have to. But please don't ask me to play dumb. That's the only thing that I ask. But,
Okay.
Madam Chair, can we call the question?
Yeah, can I just say
Commissioner
one?
Rosado gets a chance to
I
speak.
thought he said.
Commissioner Cabela?
Yeah. Commissioner, you want to go? So I just wanted to say again, I've heard what the commissioner said, but with all due respect, I seem to find everything they said, you know, funny, because actually in 2023, okay, where again, I see it, okay, what was it then that you were trying to eliminate Cabela by moving my house out of the district? Was that, can I make the same argument out of you, that you and your friend Portilla got my, and
No,
folks,
no.
they didn't go 3 blocks to disguise anything. They went to Lawrence Waterway Canal, which is where he's talking about where I have my boats, and right there is where they drew the line, okay? That right there, a Martian came and told, right here is where you go, and then meanwhile, his house got accommodated. Ask him where he lives now. He lives in Coconut Grove, okay? And he's the commissioner for D3. You guys know how that happened? Because we had to make a deal, okay? We had to make a deal because he wanted to continue and spend money on legalities, taking the ACLU to the end, and then everybody was in limbo. And I was the one, by the way, that offered the olive branch to him and said, you know what, Commissioner, let's take care of this problem, okay? And let's grandfather you in, okay, so you can stay at your house. But right now, he's the commissioner of D3, and he doesn't live in D3. You know what I mean? So to hear you tell him all that you just, I just got to go like this, and I mean, I can't believe the things I'm hearing here. You know, the double standard here is something else. But Madam Chair, I do hear what you do have a legitimate concern. Okay, I hear what you had to say. But you know what? I'm going to take a chance with you. Okay, and I'm going to vote with you on that lifetime. And then maybe we can negotiate then later on. Maybe it doesn't have to be maybe it doesn't have to be lifetime. Maybe it can be 3-term limits. I don't know. I mean, maybe we can negotiate here.
Can I call the question?
Do I have a motion?
just one
Motion.
last statement. There were things that were
Well, you make the motion.
real quick.
Yeah.
One last statement.
There were 4 people that voted here on the changes in the districts. Commissioner King was one. I was another. Commissioner Reyes was one.
Commissioner Reyes, but go ahead.
Besides Mr. Diaz-Portillo voted
No, you're right.
for those changes.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
By the way, you know who called me?
No,
Wait,
please,
let him finish.
please,
Let him
you
finish.
always want to interrupt me.
Don't raise
No,
your
no, I'm not
voice.
gonna
Don't
interrupt
raise
you.
your
No.
voice. Let him finish.
Go
Don't
ahead,
raise your
go
voice.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Why did the court, a federal judge, said that I could stay here? Because my district my home was in the new district for a long time before it got put back. The day that this body voted to agree to what they wanted, the same day the Supreme Court of the United States had another case, I believe it was in South Carolina.
By the way, I second the motion.
That stated, basically in a case, that the city's position was correct. But since the district that was being sacrificed, chopped up, was only District 3, they didn't care. But now, even with a chopped up district, they can't handle it. So you got to come back and chop it up even more.
Okay,
chop
can
up
I?
the whole city.
I have a motion.
Can I conclude?
I have a motion and a second.
But just this is real quick,
Okay, real
I'm going to be
quick,
brief.
real quick.
Okay, real quick. Okay, the late Commissioner, may he rest in peace, Manolo Reyes, so you all know, was the one that actually called me and let me know that my house was being cheated on and moving out of the district. Okay, so this was done on purpose, and you know this full well. Okay, this was done on purpose. Okay, furthermore.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I have to say. That's what happens.
Easy to say that now, but he
even if
voted. He voted.
That's why you gave
Okay,
the Grandy
that's it.
an indemnification,
That's
because
it.
he knew it'd be trouble.
That's it. You're back in. You're in the district. You're here.
Yes, ma'am. A lot of hard work. By the way, I won 3 times against the city of Miami. 3 times. I won 3 times. The city of Miami took me to task.
I have a motion.
You're talking about
I have a
the
motion
Supreme Court.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
No.
So I need to get a determination as to what the vote was. Commissioner Rosado, you were an aye.
RE 19.
Commissioner Croy, you're a no.
I'm a no.
Commissioner King, you're a no.
No.
Commissioner Gabello is a yes.
I'm a yes.
Commissioner Pardo, yes. So the motion passes 3-2. Wait. No. Commissioner Rosado voted yes. Commissioner Rosado, you voted yes, correct?
Yes.
Just clarifying. So 3-2. Commissioner Carroyo, Commissioner King voting no. 3-2, the motion passes.
Okay. Guys, the hour is late.
I'd like to defer the 3 one that I have. It's not important.
Do I have a motion?
I would defer to everything else that I have, and I think we could finish unless there's something pressing, because
I would ask your indulgence because I have to travel tomorrow morning. My dad's funeral is Friday. I have to go back to Georgia. So if we could defer everything
Let's defer.
else.
I'm in agreement with that.
Do I-
If the commissioner.
I do have an item. I know that we were expecting to speak about the board appointments and perhaps some changes. I was going to bring up, in light of the fact that we're discussing the structure of these, I've been troubled by the fact that the Bayfront Trust has this sort of more amorphous shape to it. It's not a CRA, it's not a bid, it's something that's been established by code and also by tradition, and it's become clearly problematic in some ways. And I was going to make a motion to have the attorney draft for the next meeting a first reading ordinance, to actually move the Bayfront Park Trust under the auspices of the manager, who could treat it essentially as a city park. I think that would help to depoliticize something that's become overly politicized. I think it's an elegant solution to be able to treat something that's an important city amenity that has become unnecessarily much more complex than that. So we have a meeting next week. If there is time for that, I would love to have everybody's support, or certainly the majority, to get that done, to put a first reading ordinance on there.
the good thing that I'm hearing here is that you're going to be able to shift quite a few millions of dollars to the city's general fund right away that we're going to need badly to balance our budget for this October 1st, the new budget. And then you're going to be able to get approximately $5 million every year that I'd make sure that the trust got to renegotiating contracts, bringing new projects to the parks, and that money should be going to the general fund of the city.
I've
So
been there
that's
for
just-
3 months. Can I talk? Because he spoke. I've been there for 3 months, and what he wants to do now, there's investigations left and right, and this is what he wants to do. You see what's going on here? Folks, I'm telling you, this never stops. This, every day it's a new one with him. Now, all of a sudden, okay, I've been there for 3 months. He's been there for 8 years. He didn't have an appointment for 2 years, okay? And now this, you know what I mean? I mean, you got to wonder what's going on here. I guess some of the rumors in the
So
campaign were true.
That was just a.
With all due respect.
That was a directive to the manager. We have a motion and do I have a motion to
What
defer the
exactly
rest of the items?
what are we motioning
It's a
about?
motion
defer
to
the
defer
item.
all the items. to the
Madam
next
Chair,
meeting.
just on that pocket item to appoint Commissioner of District 4 to the
Well,
DDA.
it's not a pocket item, it's one of the other items, but.
That's
if
fine,
you
okay,
wanna accept
whatever.
that,
Actually, in light of the item that I'm hoping to bring forth, if Commissioner Gabella would like to be the head of the DDA, I'm absolutely.
No, I don't want to be.
open
No, listen. Let me be blunt with you guys.
Guys,
If you
wait,
guys want to remove it for
may I say
wait a minute.
one? May
Can we
I
end this,
say one
please?
thing? While I love sitting here, I do have to go. I do have to go. So
I think.
we
by
can
the
do
way,
this without
okay,
me.
real quick.
We-
I think you should be the take
So-
after Manolo.
They need
motion-
somebody.
Okay, so do I have a motion for the pocket
motion.
item? I have a motion.
Second.
Second for the pocket item. All in favor?
Aye.
hold
Aye.
on. Well, I don't know if he won it or not. I don't think he was crazy about it. So why didn't you want to accept it
want
or
it
you
or
want to
not?
hold it for next week?
I'm happy to have it deferred till next week.
Okay, so he wants to defer.
I'll just state this real
So,
quick. If
can
you
we get
guys,
a motion to defer to everything? He keeps talking and talking.
yeah, and I'm going to keep. So do you. You've done it plenty for 8 years. So if I do it for 1 year,
Yeah, but at least
what
when
the
I
hell?
talk, people can understand me.
Yeah. Oh, they can.
I
Oh,
have
how smart
I
you
have-
are, huh?
I have a
Chair,
motion.
there's no reason to defer the pocket item. Commissioner Pardo or anyone can just place it on the agenda for the 26th.
Let me
I have a
just say
motion to
this,
defer.
The remainder of
I
the
have a
agenda.
motion to
Because,
defer
The motion-
the rest of the agenda. I have a motion to
Move.
defer.
Okay, but can I just say real quick? If you want to
My God,
remove,
he keeps going and going and going.
No.
Can I bring violence next meeting?
You guys can take this.
Look
up.
at yourself in the
You
mirror,
can-
man.
you
Why
guys
don't you
can
look at
take
yourself
this
in the
up.
mirror?
I have a
before you
motion and a
start
second. All in favor?
talking to people? Aye.
Aye.
And that'll be
The
for the
city
June 26th
Sixth
meeting.
The city attorney must read a statement in for the record before I can close the meeting. Go ahead, Mr. City
Thank you,
Attorney.
Madam Chair. Madam Chairwoman and members of the Commission, pursuant to the provisions of Section 286.011, parentheses 8, Florida statutes, I'm requesting that at the City Commission meeting of June 26, 2025, an attorney-client session closed to the public be held for purposes of discussing the pending litigation in the matter of William O. Fuller, Martin Pinilla II, the Barrington Group, the Barlington Group, LLC, Calle Ocho Marketplace, LLC, Yo Amo Calle Siete, LLC, Little Havana Arts Building, LLC, Little Havana Arts Building 2, LLC, Tower Hotel, LLC, Brickell Station, LLC, Piedra Villas, LLC, Futurama, LLC, El Shopping, LLC, Beatstick, LLC, Viernes Culturales, Cultural Fridays, Inc., Little Havana Bungalows, LLC, and LHAB Trust, LLC versus City of Miami, Joe Carroyo in his individual capacity, Art Noriega in his individual capacity, Victoria Mendez in her individual capacity, case number 23-CV24251-RAR, pending in the United States District Court, Southern District of Florida, to which the city is presently a party. The subject of the meeting will be confined to settlement negotiations or strategy sessions related to litigation expenditures. The private meeting will begin at approximately 10 a.m. or soon thereafter as the Commissioner's schedules permit and conclude approximately 1 hour later. The session will be attended by the members of the City Commission, which include Chairwoman Christine King, Commissioners Miguel Angel Gabella, Damian Pardo, and Rafael Rosado, the Chief Financial Officer Larry M. Springs, City Attorney George K. Weissong, Deputy City Attorney Kevin R. Jones, Assistant City Attorney Supervisor Eric Eves, Assistant City Attorney and Margaret Snyder, and outside counsel Raquel A. Rodriguez Esquire, Angel Cortinez Esquire, and Jonathan Caspo Esquire. A certified court reporter will be present to ensure that this session is fully transcribed and the transcript will be made public upon the conclusion of the litigation. At the conclusion of the attorney-client session, the regular City Commission will be reopened, and the person chairing the commission meeting will announce the termination of the attorney-client session. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And thank you all for attending the City of Miami Commission meeting for June 17, 2025. The meeting is now closed.